Hello, hello, hello. We are live. What is up, my buddy boyos? What's up, friends? Welcome to another SNI Saturday Night Incel Weekend Chat, episode 40? We're on episode 40 now? Holy shit. So many episodes. What is going on, my guys? We got four people in the chat so far. At my mom's house, so we got no memes today. Sorry guys, no memes today. So if you're here for the memes, I'm sorry. But yeah, we're gonna hop right into the guest chat soon enough, but let's just get some comments going on here. Let's see. Best thumbnails in the business. Yeah, it's a hard time finding these thumbnails sometimes, like you gotta like find a good one and then throw it up there, You gotta browse the meme section for a long time to find a good thumbnail for sure. 101st Inkwell born. First, what's up, Booksome Diggle? The Dope Panda, what's up, my dude? Can't wait till the 100th video of SNI. Wow. That'd be a day. That would be a crazy day. 100 episodes. Jesus. If I make it that long, if I make it that far, that's the real thing. That's the real question. I'll either get banned or I'll stop this before that point, right? God. Let's see. What has happened this past week in the sphere of the manosphere and Seldom? Let's see. I feel like I had something earlier to talk about. I know there's some crazy ass shit going on around the world right now. Like South Africa's going crazy. Germany's got flooded. Um, there's something else going on right now too, I believe. Oh yeah, the guy in Haiti got assassinated. That's like not really info related, but it's like dang, just crazy shit going on in the world right now. Ah yes, the craziness of the world. Can't avoid it. I've definitely been watching more BGS content. BGS more. Oh yeah, Cuba protests. Yeah, that's another big one. Cuba. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Like, I don't know how I forgot that one. That was probably more recent. But yeah, what a crazy weekend like world politics and stuff like that. Holy shit, this shit hitting the fucking fan, dude. Just like crazy. But yeah, I've been watching more BGS more videos. We'll hit on a second channel, Black Pill Gnostic, and there's a video I kind of want to review of his at some point. Um, he did a really good video of this like really kind of like homely looking black chick who is acknowledging basically the concept of lookism, or she called it pretty privilege, which basically means if you're a pretty woman you get more benefits, stuff like that. And it's so funny how like even though femcells don't exist, at least obviously they just don't flat out don't exist. At some point though, like when I'm looking at this woman, I'm looking at her and she's comparing herself to her more attractive friends. I mean, it's the exact same things are happening. It's just that she won't lower her standards. Like that's what it kind of comes down to. It's just kind of funny how like she's complaining about the same stuff that incels talk about, but incels are willing to date, they're looking at. She could probably find somebody if she just lowered her standards. But like the biggest thing with her is that obviously I can't really show the video right now because I'm on my phone, but yeah, it's a really good video of like this girl with like oh my friends are more pretty than I am, and it's unfair. It's a privilege to be pretty. And it's like yeah, it's the exact same thing that men go through, except men have it 55 times worse. Like men have it way worse when it comes to lookism than women do. A woman can find a man if she lowers the standards, and so just can't flat out can't. So yeah, that was a really good video, and he's actually done two or three more videos on her. I guess she must be posting pretty pretty on like a schedule now or something like that. I'm not sure if he's revealing old videos or if he's revealing new videos, but either way, like she talked about Derek Jackson and how like Derek Jackson's obviously a high value man, blah blah blah. I'm looking at her like okay, like yeah, obviously you fucking you like Derek Jackson, but like come on now, like I mean look, I mean the girl is like obviously she's very educated, but like I call it Oprah syndrome. That's actually a topic I wanted to make a video about was this concept of like everybody knows who Oprah is. Oprah is she's a multi billionaire, at least a billionaire. You know, made a huge empire, and her show obviously, she has a media apparatus all around her. And, we had a woman who never had kids, barely got married. I think she was married maybe once or twice, but I don't think she's married now. She might have a partner. I'm not quite sure. But like, you have basically a very, very successful black woman who, you know, these women are very, very successful. They have college degrees, but like but they don't have like the looks to back it up. So what ends up happening is that like, they end up alone in life, and it's like I call it Oprah syndrome because like they're really successful and like from like they're successful in the aspect of like yeah you're rich and wealthy and you're educated, but you don't have any of the stuff that women actually want. You don't have any kids. You don't have any real committed relationship. You don't have any of that stuff. Like you're basically like you have all the money in the world, but you have like nothing to show for it. It's funny how like yeah, like this woman, she like exhibits that type of behavior to like the nth degree for sure. Like she just has it. Let's see, barbarism. Yeah, I've been watching some VVS lately. I like VVS. Like he was like one of my first introductions to like this field. He was like a pioneer when it came to this type of like content. Really, he was big on that shit. I need to watch more BGS. Haven't watched him in a while. He has pretty good content. Yeah, he has good content. Obviously it's gonna be coming from a black male perspective, or at least a black manosphere perspective. So it's if you're depending on your demographic makeup, it might not apply to you to some extent. But he has good content about human nature. He does a lot of few fact and data videos stuff like that. So it's pretty good content. So many dudes are incels these days. Yeah, too many who don't even want to admit to it. Truth be told, a lot of dudes don't want to you know fess up and realize that like yeah they're actually in a bad situation right now. I have a few friends I know at work who are incel, but like because like the word incel has gotten this huge ultimately incel just means involuntary celibate. You can't you want a relationship or sex, but you can't get it. But like they use like the SJW definition, which is like you're an evil misogynistic man who hates women, and that's the definition they go off, and they're like, at one point, one of my friends said, like, man, like my brother, he made some very, very incelish comments because like his brother's actually very like into like science and data and facts, and he actually kind of acknowledges some of the black pill facts that I bring up to him sometimes. And but his other brother, his younger brother, is like very much like an SJW female empowerment kind of guy, skinny, skinny, fat, Pakistani kid. And I'm looking at him like, dude, you're like literally like you are an incel. Like you're by definition an incel. Like you like, come on, like, but like he doesn't see it because he thinks like incel means like you're an evil misogynistic bastard or something like that, or evil misogynistic evil person. And it's like, dude, you are literally the incel like you're talking about. Like these women, these like it almost seems like he takes what women say like seriously, and he doesn't look at their actions. Like when women say they want a man who cares, he actually believes that. And it's like so he's like the caring guy, but it's like, dude, that's not what women actually want. Like not really, or rather, they want that stuff from a Chad, but they don't want it from you. From you, it's just like it's free labor. From a Chad, it definitely means something. BGS is great. Yeah, got to watch that BGS video. They rec- they recognize colorism but ignore and attack the black pill. Left my ass. Yeah, that's the funny thing about black women, or like the black manosphere, the female side of the black manosphere, I guess, or the black female sphere. Again, what do you want to call it? They acknowledge various parts of lookism, but like they only acknowledge it in so much as like it gets them something. It's like, oh well, only my oppression matters, only my bad situation matters. But if it happens to a man, it's their fault. It doesn't matter. So like they'll never bring it up in respect to like men. It's always about how bad the women are doing, or oh, black men don't want to marry black women because colorism or racism or something like that, or self hatred or something like that. And like black women are some of the most self hating people on the face of the planet, dude. Like they bleach their skin, they wear weaves, they do this, they do that. Like they hate the way they look, and it's just funny. Like it's ultimately very very funny how like like black women are probably some of the most like I don't want to say naturally black pilled per se, but they definitely acknowledge certain parts of lookism because like they literally try to overcome it by using once again like skin bleaching and weaves and stuff like that. Like you try to do all this stuff, which tells me that A, you have a certain level of self hatred of your race and of yourself, and B, it just kind of comes down to like you really like you know this stuff is true, you just don't want to acknowledge it for men. Black pill has gone mainstream. Definitely, some of the terms have you see Chad gets thrown around, getting thrown around a lot. Um, you know, stuff like the terminology is definitely spreading around quite a bit. And you definitely see some people acknowledging that like looks matters, but like ultimately at the end of the day, like BGS even like admits it in one of his videos. He at least said that like like yeah, like if you have the look, you're in a better situation. But like I don't know why like it still seems like I'm not quite sure where the battle lines are being drawn now because like it just feels like the red pill just kind of like folded and will at least admit to at least certain parts of the red pill will at least admit that looks matter and that it played a huge part into what and it plays a huge factor into what happens in your life to some extent. So like they will acknowledge that, but they still somewhat hold on to like they're still snorting up the hopium to some extent. So they're like, okay, well, yeah, sure, looks matter, but you can overcome it by using other stuff. And it's like, okay, and we always come back to like you can overcome it by doing X, Y, and Z. And it's like, okay, you can maybe overcome it, but it's still a huge factor when you actually look at people's situations. Like what is his other channel called? It's Black Pill Gnostic, I believe. I think you're talking about BGS, I believe, right? Yeah, I think you're talking about BGS. Yeah, Black Pill Gnostic. That's where he posts all his like kind of like controversial content. That's so his main channel, main channel doesn't get banned. Women try to relate to us, but they just can't play on two different fields. Yeah, they really can't. Yeah. How do you feel about Sigma male grind set meme? You mean mindset, right? I hope you mean mindset. Um, I think it's like it almost comes off as like let's see, like I think there's a subreddit called like I am very smart or something like that or something like that. It almost seems like one of those like things that like somebody came up to like cope with like, oh well, I'm not at the top of the pyramid because I'm really a Sigma male and I'm like I'm special snowflake type guy. I'm not saying the concept per se doesn't exist. I think there are some of the like strong silent types who don't really want to be at the top of the hierarchy, but they have like the demeanor of like a they have like the mindset, I guess, so called of like an alpha. They just don't want like they just don't want to play the game. But it's like people will hop onto any sort of like social trend to like make themselves look different, and Sigma male has just kind of become the new social trend to say, hey, look, I'm different from the other guys, or I'm different from these guys here because like it's like it's like like when everybody is a goth or when everybody's a prep or a jock or something like that, you want to be the goth kid who's like who's different. I'm different now. And it's like okay, like I don't know how it seems. Don't let money get in your way of being a billionaire. Grind left my ass off. Kevin Samuels did a video on the same topic of pretty privilege. Yeah, oh, good. How many? And so I can't possibly answer this question, but I would say a sizable portion of incels probably have autism. I would say a decent percentage of men have autism for sure. There are not men of incels have autism. I think it's more prevalent than people want to admit. Just be introverted, Chad, Sigma male, and grind set. Yeah. Sad life ahead of him, Curry Cell, indoctrinated. Yeah, he really got like yeah, I know him. I've known him for a long time now, and he's had this mindset for a while. He's always been this way. And I'm like, dude, like you really got to like hop out of that blue pill mindset, dude. Like you really like, how can you possibly like look at look at the way you're treated? Like he's had women tell him that like like oh yeah, I wish that you other men were like you or something like that. And he's even paused and said, like, yeah, that's weird that you would say that to me, even though like so he's had moments of like black pilling, but he doesn't fully accept it. He's like, okay, well, like he rationalizes it because this is the problem with being he's really intelligent. So this is the problem with being really intelligent is that like you have the ability to like rationalize away like certain things that like whereas the dumb person or the person who's less smart than you might see the obvious and say, hey, it's an easy heuristic. I think Black Pigeon Speak did a video about like the whole conservatives being stupid or something like that because they use a simpler thought process. But there's nothing necessarily wrong with a simpler thought process because sometimes a simple explanation is the right one. I'm not saying like like it's always appropriate to have a simple thought process, but for the most in general though, to some extent, there are situations where like the most obvious answer is the most obvious answer. Like there shouldn't be any more exploring of like, oh well, 'cause at that point you're just trying to like rationalize away why that answer is not correct. You're it's like you know what the answer is, but you can't accept it, so you come up with other reasons why. Like, okay, well, like the elephant's in the room, and you're like, oh no, it can't be that, it can't be that, it can't be that. Okay, well, no, it's all these other factors instead. And if it's okay, sure, those might be factors, but the primary determinant factor that makes up like 80 or 90% of the 80 or 90% of the cause is right in front of your face, and you refuse to accept it because you're clinging on to like you're coping, you're clinging on to the other factors, trying to say, okay, well, if I can just manipulate these other factors, I can make the problem go away. And it's like, nah, dog, you got to deal with the truth right in front of your face, you know, like. Get the likes up, boys. Yeah, get the fucking likes up, guy. I mean, I can't see my fucking likes right now because I'm on my phone. It's hard for me to switch back and forth between YouTube and here, but fuck, dude. Get the fucking likes up, guys. Do women have empathy? I mean, I don't know. Maybe for their own kids. Definitely seems like they're far too solipsistic for sure to some extent. Um, Facts. Yep, I don't even know what we're referring to right now. 100% the nail on the head. You're doing what incels have to pay thousands to do, modifying their looks to fool the opposite. Oh, you're talking about black women when they're base forms. I think you're talking about black women here. Yeah, yeah. White dudes are the hot chicks of men. Such an unfair advantage. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that like the funny part about advantages and disadvantages is that some people, I guess, depending on your place in the hierarchy, you can either accept them or you can't. I mean, I can understand like being at the bottom of the pyramid and saying, "Hey, it's unfair that someone else was born better than I am," but it's also not it's not your fault that you're born at the bottom that you're born at the bottom of the hierarchy, but it's also not their fault that they're born at the top either. Like they were just born and they live their life, and the fact that they're disconnected from you to some extent and they can never relate to you, that's the primary problem. Like the primary problem is that they have no concept of what it's like to be at the bottom, and you have no concept of what it's like to be at the top. Now you probably know that the top is being at the top is better than being at the bottom, but like you live in two different universes. Like the universe he lives in is way different than the universe that you live in, and like you can't relate to one another. It's like you almost need someone to like bridge the gap between the two. You know, if you can't have someone that can talk, you almost need, it's almost like a rich person and a poor person, and you almost need the guy in the middle man, like the quote unquote the middle man to come in and say, hey, I've talked to both sides of the aisle here, and I know exactly what the issue is. You guys don't agree on X, Y, and Z. This is the problem. Let's fix the problem. But like the problem, I mean, the biggest problem is that like neither side of the on the extremes they can't really understand each other to some extent. Mystery stream is our life fuel. I see. What's BGS's main channel link? I don't know. I unfortunately I can't really link a lot of stuff on my phone. It's hard for me to go back and forth between windows and stuff like that. But I'm closing out the stream to. I don't want. I'm trying. I not to risk it. But if you look at BGS Ibmore, IMBOR, you can probably find him. He's pretty you can probably find his channel pretty easily. Black Floyd, Femininity Maxers are the biggest bunch of copers ever. We are the blueprint. we are we are the blueprint. Yeah, yeah. Grindfed meme is fucking hilarious. Charles Manson is literally like Stark Cult. Yeah. Black Pill went mainstream at least on Netflix with that show, Sex Life. Wife leave beta bucks, husband and family to get smashed by your ex-boyfriend, ex-shed boy. Dang. All right. I don't watch a lot of like Netflix shows, but I might have to like maybe check that one out. I'm not sure. Is it good? Is the show actually any good, or is it just like a meme show? Saying one is too great and this is why no one wants to fuck them is deliciously hilarious. Oh, I hope to tell my woman there. I'm not sure. No mystery. It's an actual meme. The people are joking. People are literally mocking the stigma male term. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a meme too to some extent. I do think it's a fucking meme. And I think it's funny how like okay, like you're coping hard. Everybody wants to be different than most are. You're not a stigma. Yeah. When most are the same. Yeah, yeah. Imagine not being insane. I can't. Welcome to your nightmare, motherfuckers. Insanity is the norm in the society. Beta male are the norm. If you aren't a beta male getting the alpha's crumbs, and Omega face it. Phil Panda, yeah, he wasn't even seen. He hasn't seen them. Life Fuel for sure. Christian Bale is American Psycho. Okay. My family, especially the females, are anti-feminist for whatever reason. Hmm. Yep. Dumb dudes be smart low key. Yeah, sometimes the what's the old saying goes, like wise words come out of fools' mouth. I can't quite remember the fucking actual phrase. There's a phrase that kind of talks about how like, dumb people say the smartest things sometimes because they say it like they say it the way they see it. It's like, okay, like there's no thought process going on in the back of their mind, but it's like, hey, that guy's really fucking stupid, right? And when he says it like that, you're like, that's a really easy way to say it, dude. Like, yeah, you hit the nail on the head somehow. Like, you somehow got the right answer the first time. And it's like you didn't need a fucking study to say that. You didn't need a long drawn out fucking thesis statement of a master's level thesis to make a statement like that. You just know, you just say how you see it, like, and like sometimes that works in everyday life. That works to some extent, like when we're talking about complex things, that's when things kind of break down sometimes. But yeah, 90% of your base comments get nuked by Susan. By the way, I see you making comments, but they get nuked. Just letting you know. Oh, Susan, whatever her name is. Omega cuck for Soil is hungry and Soil is also thirsty. I wish I had a GF. Would rather be cuddling her right now. Nice thing about left wing ethnics is that eventually they have to wake up to the reality. Left wing whites can usually get away with living in La La Land. Yep, very true. My main problem with a left wing left, I might sound a little bit like a race trader right now, but it's really is true because like the main problem. Get off the chair, cat. My God, my cat's going crazy over here. Don't leave me alone. Um, the main problem with the left wing left or left wing whites rather, I'm sorry, left wing left, fuck, left wing whites is that they advocate for policy that they themselves will never actually have to like live with. So like something really easy to talk about is like defunding the police. I mean, they say it doesn't really mean that, but really they've been chanting that phrase for fucking for a year now, basically. So it's what they actually mean. Okay, so let's say like we defund the police and these left wing whites who all live in these nice white neighborhoods, they never have to deal with any of the actual fallout of those issues. Let's say they actually make the policies happen. Well, they themselves can just hire private security. They themselves will probably never have to deal with the actual impact of those shitty policies that they keep passing. Even if they enacted a policy on like a universal health care, they themselves don't actually have to deal with how bad the healthcare would be because they can just pay their way out of the system. So it doesn't really matter. Like these guys, they advocate for policies that they themselves will never actually have to fucking deal with. Even stuff like immigration. Like there's a reason why the poor have a different view of race than the rich do. The rich are like, oh, the browns are perfect and they can do no wrong and they're like children. We have to protect them. Blah blah blah. There's racism everywhere. And the poor people who actually have to live around these people and live around the first generation immigrants and live around shitty people, all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, like this is horrible down here. And then they deem those people to be racist. But like those people down at the bottom who actually have to live with those policies of like of unabated immigration, you have to look at it from their perspective. This is what I was talking about earlier when it's like when it comes down to the pyramid. The top can't see the bottom and the bottom can't see the top. But to some extent though, from a truth perspective, the bottom's probably seeing the actual impact of what's going on, and their experiences around these minority groups in their country is probably not going to be very very positive. You see this happening in Europe right now, where like Europe letting all those immigrants from Syria, I think with Syria, and all of a sudden the certain crimes are going up and stuff like that. And it's like, wait, what's going on? And nobody's acknowledging it because like, oh well, the whites are the problem. It's not the people we let in here. It's like no bullshit. Like once again, they pass policies that they themselves never have to deal with. It's just bullshit. I like that shit about the left. The same thing goes to the right too as well. I mean, I would say it's not even so much a left right thing. It's like the elites basically have this like mindset of like I'm going to pass a policy, but fuck the people at the bottom have to deal with it. Like it's definitely not a left right thing, but yeah, I just feel like lefties have like this like utopian view of the world, but like when you're already rich though, you don't have to deal with the fallout of like your policies. Like most smart people play dumb and most dumb people play smart. That's funny. That's the lowest common denominator of all. Clinging on to the rope cope. Get the donations up. Yeah, get the fucking donations up, guys. Hit up the Snapchat or what they call the Cash App thing. Subscribe to my what's it called? My Patreon account. Give me free money. Trollocs, no dude. Free speech down the pan 2021. Women only have empathy for Chad. The cure to feminism and leftism is putting ethnics in white Democrat neighborhoods. Ooh, yeah, that's what I just said. I am like hooray. Hooray. They develop empathy for their sons when they realize the darkness they have to face. Finally, some content. I have been starving, man. Accept where you are and go into the jungle to fight. I mean, it's possible for a Chet Freak to outdo a white incel. Brutal re. Yep, women only have empathy for criminal shit like Jeremy Meek sells, but not empathy for average guy. They tell the average guy to man up and be a real man. Chad is his own race, to be honest. Ironically enough, it's coming from the feminists the most. Facts. Women are empathizing from that young guy that had street racing and kill. Oh yeah, I watched. Yeah, I was from. Actually covered that last. I think last weekend. I guess I showed a meme image of that. But I know Incel TV did a video about that. I was gonna bring it up later on, but yeah, I saw that video. It was a good video. They say he should get 24 years. He said he should get 24 years in jail because he's handsome. His name is Cameron something. Yeah. It's like I actually watched when he got convicted because it was like randomly on my YouTube feed, so I just watched it. It was crazy. Like his eye like fell out of his fucking head. He's like, oh my god. He's like 20 fucking 4 years. Oh my god. I'm like, yeah, dude, you fucking killed a fucking mom and her fucking daughter, I believe. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? I don't want to listen to Republican good and Democrat bad. I'll agree that in mine 20s. I want base content. Found BGS said more, yeah. Yes, the women who spend the most time talking about equality are the first ones to tell me to nut up. Even if we get Western women, would you want it? Just be Jeremy Meeks, Sigma, male grind set. Captain America, the movie I saw recently, is black hole fuck. He was really short, had a small frame, and once he got a career mission done to be super soldier, he grew tall and was treated better. Um, he was treated like shit before. Yeah, absolutely. They know what they know. Have any incels gotten turned off of women after seeing how they behave on the internet? I can't see them the same way anymore. Um, let's see. I would say I just accept them for what they are. Like, that's the thing of like knowledge. Knowledge is power. So like, when you know what you're dealing with, then like you can't. There's no excuse to get like taken advantage of to some extent. I'm not saying it won't happen, but like there's no real excuse anymore because like you know what they are, you know what to expect, you know what you have to do to keep the game going. If you can't make it happen, you can't make it happen. You know how it goes. Like, yeah, I don't know. P. Spider-Man 2, a lot of superhero origin stories are black pill. Lois Lane loved Superman but wasn't interested in nerdy glasses wearing Clark Kent. Mystery play some Sigma male grind set memes in the streams, you can get away with it. Oh god. But people just see the transformation and ignore the crappy lives the superheroes had before they gained powers. I stopped taking women seriously the first time I saw Girls Gone Wild DVD back in the day. Guys think women are dotting now. TikTok got nothing on old Girls Gone Wild videos. LWPA, fuck the police. Oh god. Leftism is a mental illness. No racial, but it seems as though left wing seems to only come from whites, but conservatism is just a part of every racial group. Interesting. Would you go grape, raid, and pillage when total chaos and collapse of society came about? You probably can't know now know what you would do in an extreme situation. However, many would unleash the beast aside. I also think people would go crazy if shit like really hit the fan. My old area is turning into Mexico. Hey, peepos. What's up, a boyo, a boy, a bo? Fucking hate politics, but more than that, I hate politicians and all the scum so easily fed by their lives. Sweden is full of dumbass naive. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, like Bane said in the Batman movie, no one cared who I was until I out on the mouth. Just Bane math, bro. Seeing people of color, feminist chicks worshiping white guys while crying about racism, discrimination, black bullying worse than any gender study. Yeah, that's pretty bad actually. Like there's like the meme of like people show the Pocahontas meme, I believe, like it's a pretty popular one. And like women will post that, and it's like you realize what you're saying here, right? Like basically what you're saying is that I'm jealous of white women because white women get white men, so I want to be the white man's effectively the white man's bed wench and just lay down next to him because like I'm jealous of white women because white women get white men. Like that's basically all the virtue signaling and the SJWism comes down, especially from people from women of color. What it kind of comes down to is that they're just jealous of white women. That's all it comes down to. That's all it really comes down to. The elite are naive to some extent. Yeah. Yep. True. Deba. That's all, folks. Yep. Deba. That's all, folks. The worst day of my life was when Arkansas was shut down. Mine was when I like brain cells better than And so also I'm not trying to stereotype the white leftism seem to have this mindset that they are no more and what is better for ethnic. Literally see leftists attacking Latinos or voting conservative. Ingle TV. That street racer dude with ugly woman would be calling for his death penalty. Fuck street racers attracts are like $30 to get in. Dang. Leftists are just virtue signaling weak white men. They'd never get women unless they were seen as morally superior. They don't really care about minorities. Well, I agree with that. Cameron is gonna make Big Bubba real happy soon. Pretty boy in prison. Fuck. Oh God. For me, it turns me off. If you got a woman, would you enjoy it? I don't enjoy them anymore. Black cells are the smartest black people, and they're the least likely to pass on their genes. This is actually just genetic as fuck. Yep. Women are more disgusted by themselves than they are than the war criminals and corrupt politicians that actually hurt people. Huncho. OWP leftist white people with attitude. Fuck the police outside my McMansion. Yeah, this is funny. I like these people live in like McMansions, and then they march down to fucking the black neighborhood to LARP as a revolutionary. I'm gonna change the world, guys. And then he gets to like he destroys the black neighborhood and then walks back to his mom McMansion, sits down at his fucking computer desk. He goes on Reddit and types on our Antifa and says, "Look what we did, guys. We started a revolution. We're helping the blacks out, guys." Or he when he's going to his shitty art school in the Bronx, he lives in the crappy neighborhood in New York, and he's a LARPing as a poor person for like a year and a half to say, "Oh, I lived the hard life for a fucking week." It's like, dude, you were never in any real danger. Fucking stupid. Like you were never in any real danger. Like, come on. And so YouTubers are actually saving lives. This is the most interaction Muslims will ever get doing God's word. I'm fan of shit hitting the fan. Totally agree with the people of color. I think I said it earlier. Hola, mi amigo. What's up? Just keep pulling the plow, boys. Don't ask why. Just nod and smile and keep pulling the damn plow out. People of color. People of color. Okay. Asian women disappoint me. Thanks. People of color equals ethnic taxpayers. I thought Asian women were the most self-hating, but Jesse women are giving them a run for their money. People who drive G35 and 35Zs be trying to race all the time. I die inside when I see a male feminist. So do I to some extent, dude. These people are fucking like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know how you can like look at the world right now and think, oh yeah, feminism was a net positive, dude. It's like, I don't know, dog. Like it would rather it was a net positive for men. Like, what does feminism do for men at all? Nothing. Like, it's done nothing. It's done something for it's done something for Chads because Chads get easy sex now, but it's done nothing for the average man. The tweets outside his Park Slope apartment today. I helped the black as he left Seattle in 20. Then tweets. I'm sorry. Then tweets outside his Park Slope apartment. Yep. Today I helped the blacks. That's a good one. Oh God. You have a point. At least Oriental Floyds are fair skinned. Brown Floyds be self hating for not being fair skinned. There will be no revolution from Zoomers as the demographics don't allow for it. There simply aren't enough of them. All political ideologies are sexual strategy for non-Chad men. Unforgiven by Metallica. I just like white leftists, but I would date a leftist woman over a conservative one. They are known to be better in bed. To each their own, right? Anyone notice that BLM is a group that supposedly doesn't like the police, but support Marxism that will increase the amount of state police? Yeah, of course. Like the problem with like I don't understand certain parts of the ideology is like inherently like incoherent. If that makes any sense. Like it's like inherently incoherent. I don't know how you can hold these two positions at the same time. Fuck the police, but who's going to enforce your fucking crappy policies when you force them upon the people? You're going to need a military or a police to do that. But like, what you're going to like? But basically, what they think is that if they're in power, the police would be good people. It would be good little foot soldiers who would enforce the great policies I'm passing. So like they're just like every other politician on the face of the planet. They're like the employee who watches the CEO and they look at the CEO and say, "Huh, I can do a better job than he ever could," when they have no clue what that dude's actually doing. Like this is the exact same mindset of like You walk into your job. And I've done this before too, working retail. Like you walk into the job and you're like, "Heh." The manager has no clue what the fuck he's doing. When I have no clue what the manager's job even fucking is. Like it's the exact same fucking mindset. These people want power, but they have no clue what actual real power really entails and what it takes to actually run a country or to run anything really. Je mariachi le sujet y fixes sur mes. I'm not reading that shit. What do the demographic charts say before I start saying anything? Honestly, I think feminism was invented by weak men to convince women that masculine men are unattractive. Hmm. I've always heard that feminism is more of an unattractive woman thing for sure. Um, Attractive women have no need for it. I mean, they benefit off it, but they don't really need it. They're like, okay, well, I get benefits either way, so I don't give a fuck what system we live in. I'm going to be valuable either way. It's the ugly woman who needs feminism. It's like I need to be valued for something other than my looks. So if I empower myself and I get a good job like a man does, then men will value me for that. And it's like, no, we don't value that way. It's like, oh my god, it's bullshit. We should be valued for something else other than our looks. And it's like, yeah, but we value women for their fertility and for their way to carry children, for being beautiful. Like men are the ones who are valued for what they do. Male feminists are below bacteria. Yeah, below fucking atoms. I don't know. Why do dark Asian boys act ratchet to attract black men, but act submissive around whites? I have enough money to escape now. Good luck, guys, in the wasteland. Will incels turn to femboys and abandon women entirely? I hope fucking not. I don't know. I hope fucking not. They don't hate the police. They hate who controls the. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think I said that earlier, but basically, said that in all other words. Yeah, they think that if they ran the police, it'd be better. If I was the dictator of the world, I'd do it in a better way. And like I'd be the good dictator. It's like, okay, buddy, yeah, you and everybody else does that. I watched a video of Vosh a while ago just to see the dumb shit he would say. The video was about feminism. He was acting as though the feminists weren't part of his side. What cope? I'm back. I had to mute myself for a second. Let's see. Filled white leftist pottery student. Ha, I could run a Fortune 500 company with no experience. Yeah, like this is the mindset they have. They think that like, oh, I can do anything because like I went to college and I'm educated. Like, okay, dude, like you have no clue what it actually takes to run anything. Like it's just sad, really. Also, people who advocate to get to vaccinated and think the government is always right are the ones that say all cops are bastards and defund police when police work for the same government they trust. Yeah, it's an inherent contradiction. Always there, like inherently, yeah. I worked in a factory for 3 weeks. I don't know how these guys have been there for over a decade. They live like bugs, shuffling around under fluorescent lights, serving General Zog, Hail Zog. I, I under both sides of the cops and civilian. We should try to find a better way of policing. Sure. Yeah. Let's see. Have you ever had women try to shame you into thinking about marriage? Not really. No, not really. There ain't nothing out there, man. Nil squat. Just a bunch of dead-eyed ghouls. If we banned makeup, 99% of society's problems would be solved. Uh, Probably not. Those women would still overvalue themselves. Yeah, what's up, Jack? Jack Nickelback. What's up, my dude? Ruining their acting blackish. Once she recognized that her accolades would not attract men to her ugly ass, in typical female fashion, the ugly white feminist still let the world burn because if she's not happy, no one is. Yeah, yeah. Misery loves company, right? Raising taxes in any way is just raising taxes on the poor. Yeah, because like the rich can always avoid taxes. They can always just like pay their way out of pay their way out of paying taxes. It's basically they're always talking about taxing the upper middle class, the middle class, because the poor don't really quote unquote pay taxes, and the rich don't really pay taxes. really the upper middle class and the middle class who are the productive ones per se. The rich class have enough capital where they can make money off their capital, and the poor don't have enough fucking money to even rub two fucking nickels together. So they're fucked too. So it always hits the middle class the hardest for sure. And really, all these policies they keep talking about like passing and like that, it's like always funny because like these policies don't really like they always say we can raise taxes without raising taxes on the middle class. Bullshit. There's just not enough fucking revenue there to cover the fucking these policies you guys want to pass. You're gonna have to tax everybody more at the end of the day. BET is a TV station. People see it as an instruction manual for a black person. What the fuck? And anyone else in NEAT? I've never had a job before. Dang, I'm not a NEAT dude. NEAT here. Life's as comfy as can be. The mountain and the deep and gloomy wood. Their colors and their forms were then to me an appetite, a feeling, and a love. Just tax billionaires. Yeah. I just put an ace and a leader, put some Jolly Ranchers in, make it sweeter. If you're born rice or curry, it's over. Dang. The middle class carries the country on its back. Let's just keep it real. PT is trash. It always have been, dude. I watched a video by Colin Noir of an African man taking up arms to defend his community, but over here you are labeled a terrorist for doing so. NEETs are lucky I had a job out there, out the wound. Middle class people very often don't think ideal to loot. I would be a NEET, but I like my culps too much. I don't want to be a homeless struggling. Versace my clothes. I'm with a white hoe, and she's snorting 3 lines like Adidas. Nice. Apparently, a Floyd passed the SWCC program. Are you taking the COVID vaccine? My family is forcing me to. Godspeed, my friend. Godspeed. Godspeed. Shit was trash for years. Now it's gay as fuck too. After the latest award show, I'm a super NEAT. Dang, super NEAT. You get like a double the cash, a double the a chicken tendies from the government. Typical Facebook schlock. It cost 98 billion to build a new warplane. We could have fed everyone in Chicago for a day with that. Hashtag tax the rich, Bernie 2024. King Doge, just man child max, bro. Life is suffering. Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, to be fair, Osprey is kind of trash. I'm wishing you Godspeed, Glupori. There will be mountains you won't know. True life is continual suffering. Some new people here. I haven't seen this guy before. 42 minutes. Let's see. I'll keep reading comments for as long as I can, otherwise I'll let people alone pretty soon. Let me get the link ready. Copy clipboard. Copied. Let me go to YouTube real quick. I think my stream should stay up when I go over there. Here we are. We're good. Okay, stream is up still. Let me go to the comments. Post that link. Pin the message. All right, there we go. We are up on that. We are up on the stream. There we go, boys. Let's see. Feed the poor. No, we need a stealth bomber that actually holds up the USD. If you ain't the Red Power Ranger, I'm afraid to say it's in fact over for you. Dang. Thoughts on Joe Biden? He's quite the character, that guy. He's a very not in his own mind, and probably shouldn't be president, but it's what it is, right? What are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? Anyone who can get an arranged marriage should take it, no complaints whatsoever. I mean, I have friends who have the opportunity for that, but they want white women, so it's like really weird. So I don't know. One of them actually doing it though. He's actually trying to go through it, go through with it this time. So I hope he actually does it because I'm like, dude, I'm tired of like watching you like be alone. Like you have the opportunity to estimate something working, you're not doing it. Like why the hell wouldn't you do it? It's crazy. Those are old now. Could have fed everyone in Chicago. Gangs these days are essentially modern day border tribes. Yeah, he's totally coherent. Yep. We roll out the corpse to be president every once in a while. If you eat healthy and build muscle, women will flock to you. Wouldn't say that, but yeah, you should still do that stuff though for sure. Pakistani still aren't ready to settle down. Yeah, yeah. I often walk about the forest like a restless specter, separated from all the miserable in the separation. When the sun rises higher, I lay down in the grass and rot, overpowered by a deep sleep. It's over, buddy boyos. Yep. Cool. Humanity has come a long way from eating bugs in a cave. Yeah, only for us to go back to eating bugs in a cave, right? That's what it kind of feels like. Like, okay, we went from eating bugs in a cave to eating bugs in a cave now, guys. Like, you own nothing. You won't eat any beef. You won't eat chicken. You're gonna eat bugs now, guys. You're gonna eat bugs. You're not gonna own your house. You're gonna rent your house out this time. You're gonna be constantly being a pay pig for the system, and then you're gonna get your Netflix subscription to replace your TV system. You're gonna pay for Amazon Prime for your mail and your packages, and you're also gonna like everything's becoming a subscription service because they don't want you to actually own anything anymore. Oh, you want to buy I don't know, one of those nice bikes, the what they call them, the Pelotons. Okay, well you have to pay for the to use the bike now. So you never actually own the bike. You have to keep paying it over and over and over and over and over again. Like okay, like at some point this is getting absurd now. Like everyone's trying to like nickel and dime you and get that constant subscription model going. It's like okay, keep paying me and keep paying me and keep paying me and keep paying me. Just be white theory can only be usurped by just be D. You're just be God. Somehow I knew it was gonna be just be dead. The Meeks pill, the Ramirez pill, the Cameron pill is over. Democrats cap, and they say they want democracy, but then attempt to get rid of it of the GOP. Arranged marriage, I've been pounding that arranged fun hourly. Dang. Billy blanks, bro. Who's in the queue? Oh, it's Jack. All right, good. I'll let you in pretty soon, Jack. I'm gonna read these comments real quick. Oh, fuck. I'll let you in now. Fuck it. Add a stream. What's going on, Jack? It's good in the hood, buddy.
Yeah. I ain't got shit to say.
It's fine, dude. Keep reading the comments.
I was placeholder because I know everybody else is gonna like not come up if I don't. Shit.
Yeah, no cope. I ate really healthy for 6 months. Started working out. I got all kinds of looks in this woman. I mean, I did that too. So I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah, if you got the bones for it, it worked. But if you don't,
yeah, I have been awake the whole of the preceding night. My nerves were agitated, and my eyes inflamed by watching incel content. Dang. Then I started eating trash again and stopped working out, and I'm back to being incel. Dang. Well, that sucked. I still work out every day, but I probably eat too much than I probably should. So I'm gotta get my diet back in order. But good thing I can still work out. Still works out in the end. So you are a fat cell then. I was. No mystery. It's going to be a split. You're going to have the superhumans and cavemen. The sharing economy, the biggest farce ever. Yeah, dude, that shit's so bullshit, dude. When you actually think about like the system they want for you is being a constant pay pig. It's constantly paying into the system. Okay, like I said, you buy a bike. Okay, you have to pay for the subscription service to even use the bike. Okay, you buy a TV. Okay, keep paying for it. Keep paying for it. Like it's you never actually own anything. You don't own shit.
Sharing is for poor people. That's pretty much it. If I have money, I will not share shit. I'll be Scrooge McDuck. Swear to God.
Just hop in the vote, my dude.
Absolutely. I'd be a fucking full Republican. What's that branch? What's that called? The John Branch, John Birch Society, all that shit. Fucking kick the poors out of America and all that.
Powerful word. Walk white man. So. Holding out for the white women. Stop looking at the numbers. Go outside and walk around your city. Do you see mixed couples with your race? Not quite sure. Mystery, there's going to be a market for products that you can actually own. Oh, there's still going to be a market for products. Yeah, hope so. So it seems like everybody's switching over to this weird model of like just paying constantly. And it's like, okay, this is really weird.
Yeah, it reminds me of video games, kind of. You know, it's not to
Yeah,
that level yet, but
it's the same model though. It's the same business model though. Hey, you bought Overwatch. Okay, well, you keep paying us. You want skins? Keep paying us. Okay, you want cosmetics? Keep paying us. Like, okay, like it's like you're being it's like in real life a microtransaction. You know what I mean? Like the exact same thing. Arranged marriage is an awful idea. The modern ethnic woman will marry you for the green card and disrespect you and bang Chad and Tyrone. Plus, you will have an incel son. That's Curry. Heed my warning. All right. I have an amazing dream of being a Kade pilot to die for the emperor and my only purpose, Banzai. Yes. How do people justify bringing children to this sick world? You tell me, dude.
have it.
Here in my country, you only see black men with white chicks when they are mega famous, like sports stuff. I would agree with that to some extent. The only time I
Hey,
see is like you have to see a really, really like if a dude's good looking, he's like he's rich, he's probably gonna he can get a decent white woman. But if he's like a regular black dude, he's dating land well.
hey, what
So
country is David in?
I have no clue. He has to tell me.
Oh shit. All right.
Detroit-based Giga Tyrone in the house. Yep.
Yeah, I wish.
I need to eat more. Smoked 4 ribeye steaks yesterday on Applewood. Tastes amazing. Dang, how good. Sharing economy equals socialism. I mean, in a way, it kind of is. Like,
Oh,
it's kind of
in kind of it's like more like feudalism, where like the top dude owns everything, and you just
yeah,
like
huh? Yeah, it's true. And yeah, it's feudalism. You're absolutely right there. Yeah,
yeah, because I've heard professors basically talk about neo feudalism as like the end stage of capitalism and all that sort of shit. So
hmm.
if you look up the term, it'll pop up on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. You are my long lost brother, buddy boyo. Stay safe in the wasteland. It's brutal out there. Kind of miss being poor, but not really. Nobody ever misses
No, you
being poor, dude.
must be
No, you
fucking
don't.
crazy.
I would sup the devil if he would show me how to achieve my earthly goals. Your kingdom, Lord, as you said, is not of this world. Of this world. Hope until we open is what it is. Haha, Jack. Would you for a day be a white supremacist to drive the snake out of town? Love it.
Didn't say all that, but
But
once you get more,
but
it's like Dave Chappelle said. Once you get more money, you know the R starts looking better. Like, why am I paying taxes? Fuck this shit.
yeah, it's true.
But since I'm poor, I'm obviously a extreme Democrat. So
Stay strong, brother. Let's see. No, not even close. Biden versus Putin. Who will win? Mm. Subscriptions suck. Let's see. Yeah, they do suck though. I don't agree with that model at all. But like really, like people that they it's kind of funny because like when you actually think about the you know the all everybody who's like I'm gonna cut the cable and cord cutters basically, and now you end up paying more the same if not more money for your Netflix subscription, your Amazon Prime subscription, this subscription. Like so, like you basically you went back to doing exactly what you did before. It's the exact same thing. But this is a better guy. Like I don't know, like it's the exact same model over and over and over again. Like you haven't really left anything. You just in fact you probably made things worse. You know, to some extent.
it's a shift in demand, not exactly a reduction in it, I guess. Hydraulics.
What's up, Drolix? Is that my dude?
Yo, yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good, dude.
Coolios.
Fuck the Lord Jesus Christ. Hail Satan. Heard that. Biden is senile. Putin is in good shape. Just look at the games as a service model. It is capitalism unrestrained. Yeah, the games as a service model is very, very popular now.
Shit, fuck that. The
Funny.
loot boxes. That's the real.
Yeah, I mean that was I think was EA the first one to ever do microtransactions. I think it was them, right?
Yeah, I think it was them and one of the versions of FIFA that was actually like the first one, and then it just took off.
Shit, dude. Yes, there is. If there are people still demand it, then is what is going to happen. I couldn't have a kid. I'd be apologizing for it daily. What more can we do when our lives are truly over? Why do you guys in call yourself incels? You're just human beings. Just fuck ugly girls and get an ugly girlfriend is fucking retarded. Okay, Captain Fucktard. obviously your name is okay, like I'm not even gonna bother with this guy because like it's very obvious that like people have tried this. So like if incels could get their look match or even somebody uglier than them, then like they wouldn't be here. That's the problem. It's the
Bro,
inflation of
with a
women right
name
now.
like that, it must be a troll, yo.
It's got to be a troll. I'm just reading it though. It's funny.
Satire name. I don't
Putin
know.
is by far the toughest world leader. No one comes even close to that guy's legit. Straight up. You can still buy game disc. Yeah, and then keep paying the publisher forever.
Yeah, I'm gonna out myself as a sellout. Ever since I've gone to downloading shit, I cannot go back. I'm sorry. I was on the
Dang.
game disc train for so long. Then I got a PS4. And after I got those cheap ass regular games you buy when you just buy a system, started buying shit online. Like I had like what 50 games on there. Fucking PS Plus, you get a free one every month and shit. Like nah, all that disc shit is dead.
And to some extent, the models like PS Plus and even Xbox Game Pass, they aren't necessarily horrible deals per se. Because like in the long run, like there's certain games that I might want to keep and play forever. There's other games where like I might keep play like once or twice through and never play it again. So like the model, depending on the games you get into the Game Pass, is definitely not that of a deal. So
I mean,
yeah,
essentially, instead of keeping them on individual discs, you just keep them on one hard drive or two.
yeah. The biggest problem I had with like online just models like that though is that they can like think Steam can do this too. If you're I can't quite remember what happened if your account is banned because like I think they can even like the I'm not sure if you actually own the key or if the key is like a rented to you temporarily. I'm not quite sure if I remember how that happened, but yeah. Third world piece of shit country, get an ugly girlfriend. I'm not reading that guy anymore. I was responding to your incorrect statement that sharing economy equates to socialism. I see women do the craziest things on the huff for white men. How do they get women to do that stuff? Money, dude. Money
Man,
forever.
I disagree. Like, you don't have to pay chicks to do all sorts of shit for free for the right person. I guess.
Hmm. I
What?
guess so. I
All
don't
right.
know.
What won't she do for Chad? Let me put it like that.
I mean, it's kind of funny because like it kind of makes me think back to that what was that website called? The one that got sued. I think it was
Ah,
a GDP. I'll call it that. I think people can kind of get it from there at that point. But GDP got sued because like these girls flew over to Australia and they got tricked basically because the dude said I guess in the contract that this stuff was going to be for his own private use. And of course, it ended up being a full website, and all these girls are like online, various websites, getting railed out by this guy, and it's like they're all pissed off now. And it's like, wait a second, like you can't be this stupid, right? You couldn't possibly think that like you were gonna show up to a place, get railed out by a dude, and then this stuff wasn't gonna get leaked to the internet, right? Like, but like, I don't know.
clearly they did because it happened. So
Yeah,
yeah, not on one hand that sounds fucking terrible. On the other hand, now I want to see what the hell happened. So
yeah, I think they definitely won their case though.
yeah, Wayback Machine exists for a reason.
Let's see, who else wants to join? I think the Black Ronin's in here. Is that him? It's me. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's probably him.
It's got to be him. Let me see, add him in here. Yeah, it's him. I can tell now. You can see he's authenticated by YouTube.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Hello?
bitch ass pro.
I'm with the anti-incel task force, with the FBI.
Real
See,
funny,
now,
bro.
they already talked about black identity extremism, so like I do not doubt that shit either will exist or probably already does. It's probably cringy as fuck too.
So, Valus, you didn't answer my question in the chat.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't reading the chat. What was it?
Why do Asian voids act ghetto and chimp out around black men, but act mad submissive around white guys?
Well, because white guy is the highest SMB. They all want the white guy, but I suppose the next best thing is probably a Latino Chad, which I know Latino Chads don't go for Asian women as much. So the next, best thing is a black Tyrone.
No, 'cause the reason why I asked that question because when I was at the store the other day, I saw the most ghetto Asian chick right in the front, and she was just putting up a friggin' like putting on a show because her order was fucked up. Like she was like she had a bonnet on her head and everything. Like imagine like a Asian like a ghetto black girl, but she's Asian. She was just putting on a fucking
Wait,
show.
hold on. What kind of neighborhood?
How in my neighborhood at the chicken restaurant down the fucking street. Like she was just putting on a fucking show. Like she was making a clown of herself. I'm just like,
So
can
we
you
talking
please
about like the ghetto, basically, like what?
ghetto? Yeah, kind of ghetto.
Well,
Like
what the
semi
hell you
gentrified.
expect?
It was semi gentrified though. Semi gentrified.
Yeah, still.
Maybe it's the environment that she lives in. I rarely see like that ratchetness, so I
Oh
guess
my
not
gosh.
at the West Coast.
No, I'm on the East Coast. Like she had these yoga pants and these pair of what those like Nike Air Force Ones, and she had on like this like one of those lace like one of those like those shirts, but that shows her belly, and she had this belly button piercing and these long ass fucking Cardi B fucking vampire nails, and she was putting on a fucking show because her order was the guy must have messed up her order.
Yeah, I recently saw, I don't know what it was. It was like either Cardi B celebration, but there was a bunch of ratchet black women in a line, and they were all just, shaking their booty, taking turns, and I'm just like, man, this is actually like disgustingly a turn off.
Yeah, and the Asian girl, she said like nigga like 100 times, and none of the black guy checked her. No one else checked her.
Maybe it's a clown maxing or jester maxing, Gasian Edo style.
You know, she was Asian, like she was kind of fair skinned, so I don't know where all that ratchetness came from. Like she was mad ratchet, like
Yeah, you should capture these moments in video if you can. I'm not saying put it up on YouTube, but maybe have a link to where it can be seen.
Yeah, what Drawlix is actually saying is put it up on World Star. Man.
yeah, I should do that. She's like my man will fuck you up. My man will fuck you. Don't fucking touch me. I'm like, oh god, here we go again.
Bro, if the bonnets start spreading, I'm gonna just pray for like God and Satan, just whichever one comes and kills us first. Like, yeah, that's the final step, bro. Swear to God.
But how much you want to bet she got with a white guy? That ghetto shit will go away immediately.
Oh,
How much money you got to
100%.
bet? I'll make my GameStop money back in a second with that kind of shit.
Like the moment they get around white guys, bro, that and all that nigga this, nigga that, bad bitch shit, bad bitch that goes away immediately. Immediately.
Yeah, you guys go out more than I do. Like I literally leave the house only to visit my family, my friends, and grocery shopping. Like that's it.
I mean,
So
same for me.
I'm a recluse. I never see any of this like ratchet shit, man.
I like live right by. I'm like hood adjacent and shit, so I'm like. Plus, I'm used to it at this point, so I ain't even surprised by shit.
Yeah, I live in one of the richest
Yeah.
neighborhoods. So
Nice, dude. Nice, bro. But one thing I noticed, fellas, for the newer generation of Asian chicks, the ones who live in like these like semi-gentrified areas, they love imitating like ghetto culture. I'm listening to that a lot more with the new generation.
yeah, I know for a fact like maybe I don't know what the word is, but the shade of the skin matters. So like if you're Oriental Asian, it's like let's say Korean or Chinese, like have you ever seen any of those boys like act wretched and ghetto to that? It's like it's actually demeaning. They lose their SMB. It's like I think it's more like, the brown Filipino
Yeah,
types.
that's kind of what she looked like. She had like she probably like either Filipino or Vietnamese or Cambodian. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's just a natural order of things.
But how much you want to bet she got with a white guy? Konnichiwa, white kaku only. How much you want to bet?
I bet zero because that's the wrong country.
I'll put 10K down.
But she wouldn't date me because because I'm diet black. I'm Oreo. She wouldn't even spit on me.
Well, speaking of Oreo, like I found a couple more St. Brandon Beats, The Lost Files. So I'll put up 2 more videos soon for that.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was hoping the guy behind the counter top would toss his fucking drink at her, but he didn't do it. I was hoping that guy would just like toss this shit, but no. So annoying, dude.
Korean chick talk like that, be -5 SNV.
Yeah, that's true. Ice Cactus.
I mean, on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, like if you old selling, the preference kind of like goes away. It's just like, all right, let me just get in the game and shit. So, I don't know now.
Yeah,
Well,
but man, I'm
fucked
I'm
up.
thinking
I'd holler at
about. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
more the
Yeah, that
bun.
was it.
You cutting off, Black Ronin.
What happened?
You were breaking up.
What I was gonna say, the more these chicks start imitating ghetto culture, the more like nasty like the offspring is gonna be, because like kids raised by bitches like that are fucking the scum of the earth.
Yeah, I really feel for the kids growing up these days. Like at least, in my generation, or even at least some recent ones, it's like you at least had structure. Like the parents weren't that dumb. Like literally this generation is like fucking low IQ, minus 30 points. It's like
Yeah,
if your parents are fucked, like the kids are guaranteed to be fucked.
Yeah, the guy named what's that guy's name? I think he's like a professor. He
yeah.
goes by the
Kids,
the Jolly Heretic, and I believe
Oh
he
yeah,
he had a
I
lot of good
he's
videos about
fucking base as hell.
yeah, he had a lot of videos about like the declining IQ of like the whole world. It's like, oh god, like, what's going on? Like
Yeah.
you watch that shit, it's like, holy shit, we're going down the shitter, guys.
Yeah, actually, the most recent one he did, I think he's legit true. So, like, because it had to do with AI and, robots taking over the world and shit. But
Mm.
then I think it was based off a book that he read too, and he was agreeing with it. But, the fact that AI would take over is definitely like a possibility in the future. But he says that it's just not gonna happen. Like we're too dumb to get to that point. And
Yeah, I disagree.
ultimately, it's like this whole decline is a repeating pattern of every civilization that ever existed before. And take the Romans for example. It's like, yeah, they conquered like what is it, a quarter of the world, and then they became soy, gynocentric, feminism, individualism, more hedonistic. And it's like the rise and fall, and eventually like the Caesars went out of power, barbarians came in, back to the Stone Age, and then it's like a cycle. And he says what's happening right now is just literally the end stage of the civilization. So the only difference I would say is that we have nukes, right? So all it takes is just one idiot to press the red button, and we'll do irreparable, or what is it, the word?
Irrevocable.
Unrepairable. Yeah. I'm blanking out here, but once
I
that
hear you.
happens, it's
with all
I'm
those,
sure humanity will live like in small pockets, because there's basically people in every remote corner of the world. So I guarantee it's not like 99% of people die off, but 5 to 10% will live, and maybe they will be able to start civilization again. But yeah, the nukes come into play where it might be like literally extinction or over.
Drawlux, I agree with you, but I disagree at the same time. I feel like if it was that
You're breaking up too much
or
to make a point there, Ronan.
people,
Yeah, he's breaking up far too much. You can't hear. I can't
like,
hear a
you
word
guys hear
he's
me now?
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
All I
like
heard
you,
is
you
peaceful.
like you start talking and then like immediately like it's like and then like you're like gone and that's really
Yeah.
weird.
You going from T-Mobile to Metro PCS like this?
Yeah.
And I'll disagree with dude on AI. I'm on Ted Kaczynski side with this. Like even if the global IQ was going down, you still have the isolated pockets of like you don't need everybody to run the country. You just need enough people.
Yeah,
You
that's
just need
true.
enough specialists.
Yeah, that's exactly one of his points because uh so how do I put it? Like I'm not even bragging here, but it's people like me that literally keep the internet running, right? Like the world running in a sense. And like every freaking, I would say even tech firm, not even just tech firm, but it's so true. Like everywhere is struggling to find like high IQ cell, hire them, retain them. It's like as time goes on, it's just more and more difficult to find high IQ cells. And the ones that, made a career out of it, like what do they give a fuck? They put in their 20, 30 years, they made their money, peace out. And we're not like training any more good high IQ cells literally. Well, what's really funny is I was watching another video and in China, it's like it's like the Gaokao make or die test, and if you pass it, you get into college entrance exam basically, so you have better prospects. But then it's like they're graduating 9 million students, or 9 million graduates a year, and they literally only have jobs for like 3.5 million. So it's like every year 6.5 million is like guaranteed to be unemployed. It's like
Yeah,
there's
I
not
think I
a job.
brought it up last stream as well. Where like that's what's happening with a lot of these it happened to millennials for sure, and definitely gonna happen to Zoomers. Where like you have so many people going to college, but there's only so many slots to fill for this position. So like, what happens to the people who like are forced to be a fucking work at Starbucks for 20 years? Like this is like the a big lie that's been passed around for decades now. Of like go to college and you can get a good job. It's more like go to college and there's a possibility there might be a good job. It's not like an assured thing, but like these kids were convinced that it was an assured thing that they would get a job, and it's like it's not true.
I
Never has been true.
I forgot
Yeah,
where I read it. It was
one
this.
second,
Oh,
Jack.
sorry.
To finish off, right? Like we're graduating all these people, but the actual demand is so low. Like it doesn't take a lot of people to run, some of the things like you think. Like think about OnlyFans, right? Like it's only run by maybe a good one developer team of like maybe 8 to 10 people. Like as a company, it's probably like, solid core, maybe 20, 30 people at best. And, they're raking in like 400 million. So like tech has allowed you to go online, rake in the dough with literally, a small team. Like even
There's
think
like
about
almost like no overhead.
yeah, exactly. Think about like a indie game developer. Like you got maybe two or three friends that band together, write code, market it, sell it on Steam and all the other platforms, and you could rake in like millions overnight, like literally. So the whole point is it's like you don't need all these people. It's run by such a small group of people, but then, the whole point is every year there's less and less IQ going around that even eventually there won't be enough people to maintain any of that stuff. And so that was, Jolly Professor's point. It's like we think that we need a lot of people to run this high tech stuff, but eventually there wouldn't be any left to as time goes on. So,
We're
anyways,
no,
that was just my rant.
yeah, we're only like what? We're not centuries away from artificial general intelligence. We're probably decades. Elon Musk would say like 2025 is a year. We're like we might be the generation, the oldest. We might be the generation that actually sees civilization run itself. I mean, the infrastructure as far as AI and shit. Right? We might live long enough to see that. So, plus there's another. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that was one of the whole points too. So, like, if you think about it, you could equate it to immigration as well. Oh, it's like let the poor brown people in. What do? They do the shit jobs like toilet scrubbing and, the menial work. And then the more educated people tend to do the white collar stuff. But then even that is going to get invaded by, the lesser people in a sense. And so, like, the more educated you are, you're not necessarily immune to, these cush office jobs. And in fact, like, Corona pretty much proved that, all these Floyds that had these comfy HR jobs, like, they're gone. I mean, those are the first jobs to go. And so then it's kind of like a cycle. And then even at the top, the people that make all this profit, they would start to feel the pinch, because it's a consumer driven world, right? So you will have like unemployment so high that eventually just nobody's buying shit, period. So the rich can't stay in power because nobody's buying shit. And it's like a self-defeating cycle. It's like the more intelligent a society becomes, eventually it just dumbs itself down because there won't be enough things to do for everybody.
I keep on getting the thought that capitalism depends on inefficiency to exist.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, take it to its logical absurd. Let's say it goes to its logical absurd resolution, where there's one person doing all the jobs or some shit. It fundamentally wouldn't work. So now, like where we are now, we're just wondering, okay, between where we are now and that theoretical point, what's the breaking point? Which is why you probably see him testing out UBI under the excuse of fucking what is it, unemployment.
Yeah, and people are too dumb. Like, what happened with the was it $700 stimulus checks? People go out and buy Gucci bags or some shit. I think they're testing it like literally human psychology. They just went out and proved it. They bought all the useless junk. But then, when it becomes super dire, like if people are given the choice between Gucci bag and food, it's like food is the obvious choice. So even manufacturing and all that stuff will have to die down and only produce the bare necessities or basics items.
Yeah, I would definitely say having a consumption-based economy where like everything's based on consumerism definitely it definitely gave us a one powerhouse of an economy, but it's definitely not sustainable in the long run. You can only consume but so much. That's the way I kind of view it. But like in order to keep the economy going, you effectively, and this is why we have so much debt in general that you have to keep. People are effectively living like paycheck to paycheck, and then they supplement their income with debt. And you say, okay, well, I can't afford this now. I'm going to buy it anyway because I can afford it by either getting you buying a new car with with a loan or buying something with like a credit card. So
Yeah, you know what debt is once you think about it? It's just a fucking promise. It's not held up. The whole economy isn't held up by shit. It's held up by fucking IOUs and promises. That's
Yeah,
well,
that's
yeah, I mean,
literally why we collapsed in 2008. People can't pay back their promise.
yeah, it's the same idea with even a sovereign debt. I mean, sovereign debt's a little different, but like at the end of the day, no one's ever going to ask America to pay back its debt because there's the military behind it. Like it's like a gun pointing at your face saying, if you ask for your money back, you're fucked. So like don't bother even bother asking. Like the reason why America is able to just print the money up, A, we're the reserve currency of the world, and it helps out a lot. But B, we also have this massive military, so it helps quite a bit.
I mean, yeah, but the military's fading and all that, and plus, again, we go back to demographics. You can't have a military if you don't have any people to occupy it. Like at most, you can augment with machines, but if we're talking about something like that, anybody can build a fucking machine. After a certain point, anybody can build a machine, like shit. Or you still got to pay for it. You need an economy for that. But if you don't have any, just a whole bunch of knock-on effects. I don't even know how to describe it. Like,
Yeah,
too big not to fail, I guess. I don't know.
no, I think most people don't realize this now. I probably caught it on like on this in the recent news. So, Great Britain withdraw from, was it Iraq or Afghanistan, and didn't announce any timetable. Like the U.S. is withdrawing. It's like we don't actually have the resources and capacity to keep wasting. Like the government is self-preserving to the very end, right? So even though the military budget and such a fucking scam and wasteful spending, it's like they realize like we just don't have enough money to keep going with the charade, right? So it's like, okay, bring back the boys home, this bullshit. And to be honest, like I might sound racist here, but like who the fuck gives about a bunch of sand niggers fighting over their country and this and that? They've been doing that for like 50 years. And then, once the oil runs out, like what are they actually worth? Like literally fucking nothing. Like who cares about them?
I
Like let them
mean,
kill each other.
that's literally why nobody fights in fucking Afghanistan ever. Like fucking Russia died there, the U.S. died there. Fucking you don't go to is Afghan. I don't know how should I describe it. Afghanistan is like trying to marry a fat angry bitch. Like even if you, first of all, it's gonna be harder than normal. But second, even if you win, you didn't win shit.
Exactly. Like
Like you
all
can make
these.
fucking opium at home. Like what the hell? Like shit.
Yeah, so I mean, it's only good for keep the opium flowing, keep the oil flowing. That shit's gonna run out eventually. But who gives a fuck what lord or warlords in power? Like we're the U.S. We can just bomb them to submission. Like Bin Laden was hiding in caves. Like we almost got him at Tora Bora. It's like, what are we worried about these sand niggers coming here and killing us? Like, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, obviously not. There's probably some complex Illuminati reason, but who like that's beyond me.
Yeah, but aside from all this geopolitics bullshit, it's like it's a telltale sign that we're wasting money. There is no money, and like actually conserving money is a thing now.
I'll be about 30 seconds.
Sure. Yeah. What's going on, Jack Tisson?
I'm gonna get a glass of water.
Sure. What is up, Jack Tisson? What's up, my dude?
Hi, mate. Hiya. I was just listening to the stream, and one of the people you mentioned was Jolly Heretic.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I've studied him extensively. I've read quite a few of his books, and his idea, his analysis of how intelligence is dropping is probably the best analysis I've ever heard. He basically says that the start of the Industrial Revolution in Britain, human intelligence had reached its peak. I believe in the lowlands of Scotland, apart from perhaps the Greeks in ancient times, that you probably had a medium IQ which was higher in Britain than it was in any other time in history. But they made a big mistake, Mystery. They created an infrastructure which enabled the population to maintain itself outside of natural selection, and that is always a bad idea. And what Jolly Heretic says is that in Britain we had this immensely intelligent population, but the reason why they were so smart was because they were having famines every single every single year. There was a famine. It was like a musical chairs, and and it's as horrible as it sounds, the smart people survived because they were better planning in an agricultural economy.
Yeah, definitely heard that theory before. I think it happened during the mini ice age as well, where like people, the poor would die off, the rich people, basically the intelligent people would stay alive, and it would happen repeatedly. So like it was basically a genetic culling in a way.
Yeah, it's not a very nice thing to understand, but we had in pre-industrial revolution Europe a kind of musical chairs economy where it was like a malfusion economy. The people who could survive were people who could forward plan, who could save their crops, who could work out that there could potentially be problems and make deals outside of agriculture to make sure that they survive if times get bad. The people who didn't do these things died off, and this had an effect on IQ. But then a disaster happened. In Britain, we introduced mass medicine. We introduced mass sanitation. We introduced a sense of social responsibility so we could uplift people who were struggling. And I believe you should do that as a semi-humanitarian. And what happened, according to Jolly Heretic, was that we started to create these mutants. And simply put, people who live under natural selection, they have lots of children, and the people who have mutations, they die in childbirth. And I think in medieval Britain that the rate of child mortality was approaching 60%. By the time you reach the middle of the 19th century, it's approaching 2%. And these mutants, these people with these mutant genes, have also got mutant genes in the brain. So they start to have strange ideas because they're comorbid. So you've got sick people physically, and then they start becoming sick mentally.
Yeah.
And they haven't got this Malthusian economy anymore, so that they're not having to strategize to survive. So their IQ's dropping. And according to Jolly Heretic, by the time we reached the early 1900s, our IQ was still pretty high. It was 115. But then we had two disastrous wars, which was the First and Second World War, where yet again, the smartest, the bravest, the strongest, they died. And their opposites stayed at home because they were unable to be active in the military. And then you fast forward a few more decades, and our IQ from 1900 to 2021 has dropped another 15 points, mystery. And now I'm not kidding you. I sit outside the cafe and I listen to the conversations of my fellow countrymen, and it is just apparent that there has been this massive amount of intelligence that has gone missing. You know, I mean, if you look at the I read a book one time called How Scotland Invented the Modern World. Now, this was during the time of the British Empire, and these people used to go into these mass meeting halls. This was how people socialized in this culture, and they would sit around. There'd be one table talking about economics, and these tables produced people like Adam Smith, who created the foundations for American and world global capitalism. There was philosophy tables where people would sit around and they would talk about political theory, epistemology, ontology, anything to do, metaphysics, and this produced people like David Hume, who actually wrote the books that created the foundations for the American Constitution. There were scientists coming out of these halls that produced people like James Watt, and Alexander Graham Bell later on in time. But now these people do no longer exist because our dysgenics and the effects of the Industrial Revolution has produced a culture where they're now sitting in coffee shops talking about their curtains or the soccer game, or they're talking about something. It definitely has happened, mystery. It definitely has happened.
Yo, Jack Tyson.
Yeah.
As a Zoomer, someone who's 21 years old, you cannot hold a decent, articulate, high IQ conversation with most people who are my age. It's sad but true.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, most Zoomers are not very intelligent.
To add to your point, it's a real struggle to find, people for the tech jobs. Like, we had open rec. I mean, at least even on my team, we have 2 open positions, starting salary $125,000 per year. We haven't found people to fill it in like 8 months.
I mean, on one hand, I think part of this is the careerism, but I mean, think about it. Like, as far as an intelligent woman, the usual track they would try to send her down is go to college, graduate late, hold a job, and then try to have a kid by the time you're like 35 or 38. Like, that alone is going to bring down the, like, compared to a stupid chick, that's going to bring her fertility to the pits in comparison.
You're right,
Not saying
Jack.
that's the only thing, but that's definitely a factor.
You're right, Jack. You're right. Johnny Heretic talks about this.
Yeah, that's
God, is there anything
Eric
he
is
didn't talk about? Shit.
No, it's the curse of the high IQ. Like it's pretty much been
right.
proven.
Like,
even-
but it's important.
What is going on? Hold on. Let's stop real quick here. Somebody's trying to talk and someone else trying to talk. So, Draw, you go first. I'm not quite
It was
sure.
Sorry.
Black Runner who had that.
I'm not sure if Black Runa's mic's like not working again or something like that because he said something then it cut off.
No,
I'm
it's
like, what's going
working.
on
It's
here?
working.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's working.
Okay.
It's working. You guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is that Jack Tyson, Drawlux, you guys are absolutely right. Most people who are my age are not very intelligent. All they know is Fortnite, Twitter, TikTok, stupid internet dance trends, and that's pretty much it. Like, I had a girl literally tell me that New York is your favorite country in America.
How are we incels if all we have to do is fucking dangle a turkey leg on a stick somehow to get pussy? Like, now I feel bad.
She was that low
Yeah.
IQ.
We need to bring back those channels where they interview random people on the street. It's like, can you name 5 countries in Africa? And people are struggling to name just 5.
Oh shit, you mean like jaywalking?
I think Jay Leno used to do that.
Yeah, jaywalking. That's what he used to call it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, Drawlux.
But I was
It's
gonna
sorry.
add the last thing I wanted to say was the curse of the high IQ. It's like pretty much today in society, if you are high IQ, you're not reproducing, period. It's like if you're a super well-to-do, successful male, even if you wanted to reproduce, it's like the quality of women are complete garbage these days.
Yeah,
And-
plus sorry.
Yeah, like if you're successful, good looking, all that stuff, it's like why? Why would you even settle? For like a unplanned kid. It's like it's so beneath you. You got like you're on your purpose to be successful. And then, I know Mystery talked about it too. It's like if you're a PhD woman, the very fact that you're pursuing, that higher education, that's like at least 6, 7 years. During like your 20s, so that by the time you get out, like you're already 28, it's like you're already a leftover woman, and then you become jaded. It's like the higher the IQ, it's like you're not gonna reproduce.
Yeah, you're too smart to survive and shit. That's the craziest.
Well, yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, in the extremes, like if you're too stupid, obviously you can't do shit. If you're also too smart, there's also negative effects of someone being far too intelligent as well. I think when FA Monday was so active, he had a video basically talking about how like the kind of like the sweet spots like 120 to where you can do most like high IQ job, but you're not so high IQ where like you're like basically mentally autistic rather. You're not like so socially retarded and other weird things come with high IQ as well. So
Must be
Drawlux.
nice.
What I was gonna say as well, there was another time where I was in class one time. It's like community college, and then we were talking about critical race theory. Not critical race. They're talking about like history, like African American history. And there's one boy. She deadass said that she literally thought that Frederick Douglass and Dr. King were alive in the same time period.
Oh man, this brings up a good thing I remember. So I'm an old cell, right, who went back to college.
Yeah.
And when I went to community college, I had to take some of the regular classes like English 101 and math 90, not even at the 100 level, because the 100 level is the college level. Because it's been years since I graduated high school, and you forget all that bullshit. And so I was back in English 101, and it's such cake, right? I mean, we literally just read books, we write papers. It's nothing difficult. And I'm just like, man, like why are these people so dumb? It's like they can't read a book and just do a book report or just talk about it. And so it reminded me of a conversation with the professor. I was like, man, like you've been here a long time, so I'm sure you've seen a lot of students over the years. And he's like, I asked him point blank, like, are people this stupid nowadays? And he was just like, bro, you get it. And I was like, yeah, because I'm in my 30s, like I'm older. I'm not like a 19-year-old here. And he's like, oh, okay, I get it now. And he told me like, yeah, it's just sad. Like the level of people that come in, he said over the years had declined so much. It's like, it's a strange feeling going back as an old cell and being among all these young idiots. It's like, in some sense, it's like you feel like you're a wolf among sheep. But yeah, that just reminded me of that.
But draw looks
Only
what
I
I was
could
gonna
fucking
say.
cheat.
It's gotten worse because like I feel like if like the apocalypse was to happen or a zombie apocalypse was to happen, a lot of these Zoomers would die.
Yeah,
For sure.
no
I mean,
argument.
most people would die.
Like like there have been times. I remember there's another time I was in class one time, and this one thought she actually misspelled George Washington's name. It was seen as Washington. She spelled Washen Washington. Like just so low IQ, dude. And she erased it off the board. Like, it's just dumb shit, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I could attest to some of this language stuff. Like, so, I speak fluently another Asian language. I actually write it too, but then uh, it's hard to describe. Like, so in English, you just have your alphabet and everything is comprised of, the same 26 letters. But like in, let's say, Chinese or, other like Korean, it's a completely different character set. It's more hieroglyphic, so you literally forget words, or I should say letters in this case. So I'll try to
But no,
write,
she was
and then
American.
yeah, I'll try to write, and then I'm just like, fuck, I forgot what the word or hieroglyph is for the certain word. And so I know for a fact over the years my writing ability has diminished from compared to like 10 years ago. But so I have to use like a auto correct or type it in, type it out first. And then, you get the auto listing or auto correct, and then it'll list the character that you want. So it's completely different in terms of English and, say Asian languages. But then, yeah, like in English, I'm like, if you're just too stupid to misspell a bunch of words, it's like, yeah, I get it. It's more dumb.
To be fair, English is inconsistent as hell. Like think of two, and two. Like those are all sorts of like. It's not intuitive either.
Oh,
That
Bro,
there
said,
you,
they,
you,
there
you
from
think
there.
English is bad? Like, try Asian characters. Like, one word. Actually, you could distinguish it by the character, but then, like, in terms of writing it in English, it will sound the same, or even speaking it. So, like, there's multiple words that mean, the different things, but they sound exactly the same. So, two as in, the number two, and to be or not to be. I mean, it's literally TWO versus TO versus TOO. Like, you're too stupid. I get it, but like instantly you can tell the difference just by the wording. But then
Draw.
you have to know the sound of it too. So yeah, it's the same in Asian languages, but you really have to know the things.
yeah,
All
I'm
right,
looking
enough
forward to
rambling.
learning binary
Yeah, draw this. Guess what happened today as well? I gained 10 pounds.
of muscle.
Yeah, they're a little bit. I have tennis ball biceps right now, but they're getting there. They're getting there.
All right, cool.
Did you take my advice? Get more sleep.
Yeah, I've been cutting out the video games, and I've been trying to cut back on grooming. So I'm slowly getting there. So I'm gonna go tomorrow Sunday. I think it might be closed. On Monday I'll go after work. I just gotta keep getting at it. I usually do the hammer curls with the 50-pound dumbbells in sets of like 5, and then I do the sit ups, and then I try to do the leg press. So I'm getting there.
Yeah, like make sure you get the sleep. Like the workout's important, but it's not gonna be as effective unless you get that, 8 hour sleep minimum.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't been to the gym in like a year and a half now. I think the last time I did leg press was like 650.
Yeah, last time I went to the gym, it was to pick somebody else up. So
Yeah, because what happened was I went to the skate park. It was hot as shit outside. I took off my shirt to go use the ramps, and one of the homies was like, "Bro, you getting kind of big. Your arms getting kind of big." I'm like, "What do you mean? Your arms, bro? They're getting big. You used to be a stick. What happened?" And then we just started shooting the breeze. So people are starting to
Yeah, I
notice a
say
little bit. I try to keep,
keep
huh?
working out. Keep working out. I mean, staying healthy is really important. So
Yeah. So Jack Nickelback, you don't gym max?
no.
Why,
I'm gonna
bro?
take care of my health later and shit, but for right now, I just want to eat this last bit of bullshit for like a month, and then even then, I'm not going to the gym like yet. I'm worried about my diet and all that sort of shit.
What's your stats? Are you under 6 foot?
And I'm like exactly 6 feet, which makes me 6'1" because Air Force Ones, and I'm about 160 pounds right now. So
Dang, that's thin. I'm happy to be 160 right now, but that's not enough. I'm 5'9", 5'10". That's not enough. I'm trying to get
dude,
more.
when I say that I look like them fucking Africans on those fucking Christian commercials back in the day for like 5 cents a day, I was not kidding. I was dead ass. I was completely serious.
No,
I ain't got shit.
I went from 150 to 160. That's a good thing. That's improvements. I just gotta keep trying. I gotta keep trying, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But gym maxing does work, though. What I usually do, listen to death metal or black metal while working out. That actually works.
yo, so I got a question for Mr. Thiessen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, have you watched the recent videos I put out?
Uh, yeah. Can you just remind me of your latest one, please?
The old cell ascending was the latest, and then the one before that was the dire future of male reproductive success.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Uh,
think the dire future one was pretty fucking brutal. There were people on my comment section saying they're gonna rope after that video. I was like, bro, what am I doing here?
well, yeah. I'm still doing my street side research, looking at couples walking past me in London, and I've developed a theory about how people get together now. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, I think it's good work that you're doing. I'd like to hear.
well, what I've it kind of ties in with the Jolly Heretic. The Jolly Heretic says when I'm talking, I'm really talking about the UK, but I'm hoping that it has a global analysis, where it's true everywhere. The Jolly Heretic says that at the if you've got the highest birth rates in the UK are amongst couples where both of the male and the female are on welfare. And
Who would have thought?
yeah, and if you go to some of the lower socioeconomic levels as areas in Britain, there's an area where I live in a just outside London, and it's quite affluent where I live. But if I travel 10 miles down the road, there's a really poor really poor area, and these are white people. This is not a multi-ethnic area. This is a white area, and they are breeding like you would never believe. You've got women walking around with 5 children, 6 children. But if you go to where I live, they are having maybe one. The women are having one child, and it's it's probably in her late 30s, and this is obviously having it's going to have a big effect on how the nation operates within the coming generations, because most of our people are going to be coming from parents where there's perhaps a little bit less capability genetically wise. But I've developed a theory on how males and females get together, and I may be wrong, and this is from looking at people and how they, when they walk past me, how they interact with each other, and when I sit next to them in the cafes, I actually listen to their conversations, and I try to grasp, how from where how they're communicating, how they are operating as people, and I think what's happening is that this is very politically incorrect. I think that most human beings are basically animals. They're basically animals, and they do things at an animal level. So if you've got somebody, I've got a very close family member who was economically successful when he was working, and he did this through working in the construction industry. And I asked him one time, I said to him, how did you plan this? How did you get from being a young man to being where you are now? And he said, well, I just went to work. I learned my job, and then during the 80s, there was a lot of money in the construction industry. I saved the money and I bought properties. And what I think happens is that humans at a mass level, they're indistinguishable from creatures such as termites. Now, if you look at a termite, if you look at the architecture of their living quarters, it is very impressive. You'd have to teach somebody, a human, for quite a long time to be able to build these sophisticated living quarters. They've got like separate living quarters for the females. They've got little channels where they bring food to different termite groups. They've got, it's built in a way so air goes out the back, and they've got hygiene. They've got ways of organising these termite headquarters. So there's all the waste products is moved out so that they haven't got these hygiene problems. And I think that's obviously happening through instincts. And I think what happens with humans is that they also learn through instinct. And you've got this huge mass of people that are basically they enter into the workforce, and they instinctively through trial and error learn their occupations. They go to work, and then when it comes to mating, I believe that they also operate from instinct, and they meet up together, and the woman wants to know if he is a normie, if this guy is the type of person who is a conformist to the system and is able to provide resources, and the man just wants to have sex with her. And I think they come together in this instinctual normie mating practices without any real conscious thoughts, and then they follow this kind of conformist line, which is to get a property or get somewhere to live, and then they replicate themselves, and there really isn't much thought going into it. And I think the problem you've got is if you're on the spectrum, or you've got these you have these thoughts in your head where you question things. When you come in contact with a female and she sees that you're not the type of guy that is following these conformist ways of behaving, she sees you as a bit of as a mental outlier, and it scares her, and she will jump to the normie because this guy provides with more security. I think that's one of the reasons why there is actually inceldom. I think if you're slightly on the spectrum, you're so atypical in your mind that females will instinctively not go with you because they think that you're just not part of the what I classified as last week as the eugenic in group. They just see you as a person that you should keep away from.
Yo, that is good analysis. I had to agree with.
But
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mystery.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and obviously, human beings are animals. People, I wouldn't say that we're like animals. We are animals. So like everything we do is based off of like billions of years of evolution and drives that we ourselves don't really have any conscious control over. So like a lot of the stuff he said is just like it makes sense if you look at it from an evolutionary standpoint. And like of course women want they're looking for a provider to provide for their offspring. So like they're going to look for somebody who's relatively normal, who can provide a job, provide a house, and like in theory, these things should just be not so much automatic because it sounds dumb to say that. It should be. It almost goes without saying to some extent. Like yeah, of course, like that's like the expectation of every single animal on the face of the planet is food, water, shelter. If you can provide those basic things, everything else on top of that's just like icing on the cake to some extent.
Yeah. And what I've done is I've there's no point analysing couples anymore. I mean, I can tell you one sentence what they're going to be in England. It's going to be a normie white guy. If I'm in a white area, I don't live in a multi-ethnic area, so I can't really talk about other racial groups. I did last week. I did describe it last week. It's going to be a normie white guy, and it's going to be a normie white woman. The guy's nothing special. He's literally just a guy who has very little going on in his head. He's following an instinctual thought patterns which brought him into the workplace. He follows the societal norms, which is to get a property, and he's neurotypical. The woman will know when she meets him that he's not going to go to prison. He's not going to go off on some spurge out and upset all her friends and all her family members. He's the type of person who will not beat her up, and they kind of just click together in these. They're no different to termites. I know it's very insulting. It's not politically correct. It's misanthropic. But the average British person, I should imagine this is true all around the world. There's no difference in their core mating patterns between them and pigeons. They're just
No, I have to agree. So I know this is anecdotal bullshit, but even throughout my life, when I've talked to couples, I'll be like, "Yo, how did you guys meet?" They're just like, "It just happened." That proverbial phrase, like it just happened. And
yeah.
I think even after, like, even this is a black pill or not necessarily black pill, but I asked my mom, like, how did you meet my dad? And she was just like, it just happened. Like, it's such the typical answer, like, it just happens. And I'm like, well, how did it happen? It just happened. Like, it's not an answer.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And then, yeah, like every couple that I've talked to, growing up or even previous, their answer is always the same. It just happened. And these are all like, boomers, like nothing in the recent generation. And I think people just start blindly going through life. They find somebody that they might be attracted to slightly, or, it's like their best option. They just met. And then it's kind of like there's nothing real complicated about it. It's like, oh, he's safe or she's cute. Let me talk to her. Let me hit him up. And it just happens. Like it's literally brainless, to be honest. But I think what, the modern tech has just this like, it has flooded our brains with all this other BS, like, high value male and all this other stuff. So it's like people are just like, inundated with all these other bullshit that it's preventing the it just happened theory to happen. even more so like the more higher IQ you are. You know, because I'm trying to think back and reflect some of the conversations that I had with the Foids back then. It's like maybe they instinctually knew that I was a different breed. You know, like maybe I'm not insulting them intelligent wise, but maybe they were instinctively able to discern like, oh, like this guy's not the typical, blue pill normie. Like he's beyond that. And maybe that was part of my rejections too. They just didn't there it was like the unknown. You know, because like you've met chicks that are complete idiots, and you've also met some high IQ chicks, and it's actually more detriment for a foy to be high IQ because the higher they are, as a male, you're just kind of like, there's that factor of like aversiveness, like, wait a minute, Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but I think you're onto something. It really is just like it just happened theory.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's two things I'd like to add to this. If you look at the average man and the average woman, uh, uh, the guy facially, he has to cross a threshold. We all know this from the black pill. He has to have a certain amount of facial aesthetics that make him part of the eugenic in group. He's got his face is his genetic reflector, and the woman's got to know that he basically is part of the eugenic in group because she wants to know that her offspring are going to have at least a little bit of genetic quality, when they're born. But apart from that, it's basically just looks matching. I know on the Black Pill forums they say that you've got these chads with these sub 5 women, but in reality, a good looking male is going to be with a good looking woman. A normie white guy is going to be with a normie woman, and so on. They typically just don't have much going on in their heads. It's just this formula they follow. If people such as ourselves could actually mimic the lifestyles of these people, I think it might even be more depressing than inceldom. I mean, I'll give you an example. I was earwigging today. I was sitting outside a cafe and I was looking at couples walking past to assess their, if there was any sub 5s walking around women. And I listened to a conversation between a male and a female sitting next to me. It was an hour-long conversation about the garden. I cannot talk to a woman for an hour about the garden. And
wait,
I don't.
Wait, hold on. When you say the garden, you mean like just a regular fucking plot of land garden? Are we talking like a metaphor?
Jack, I'm talking about a garden, Jack. I'm talking about what plants they're going to put in this garden. I'm talking
Flowers and tomatoes.
I'm talking about the types of stones they're going to put in their garden. I'm talking about how their hedges are going to be put together with the flower beds. I would not want to talk about this for longer than a minute. If I don't care how attractive the woman is opposite me on the table, if it's an hour-long conversation about a garden, I do not want to be with her. Yeah. And this is the type of mindset that these people have got. It is very basic. It revolves around innocuous shit like gardens and soccer and weddings and going to birthday parties. They have nothing going on in their heads apart from mindless entertainment like Netflix or some crap on YouTube, like watching a cat fall off a bike, laughing about it. And they're just very moronic, annoying, irritating people, and they get together and they make babies. And I know it sounds really misanthropic, but this is the mating system for the human race. And for a lot of incels, you just got to mimic these people. You've literally just got to become like them. And if the woman realizes you're a type of guy that will sit and listen about a garden for an hour and you're prepared to pay for it, she's over the moon. You want to talk about the garden. You're a great guy.
Man, I think I have to agree with this. As black pilled as we are, it's probably more detriment because we tend to overthink everything.
Hell yeah! Just by being high IQ, you're gonna be more cautious about shit because you can actually conceive of the cost of shit. Like, it is probably one major reason people don't reproduce. It's like, oh shit, if I have a kid, I gotta pay this, and this, blah blah blah. a dumb fucking person. He's like, yeah, stick dick here, baby come out. I don't know how it happens. Like, I don't know. It's like the tides. It goes in, it comes out. Can't explain that.
Yeah, I mean, can I please tell you about the sub fives I've seen this week? Is that okay?
Please do.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few sub fives. I saw. I'll break it down. I saw one guy who had an incel face. He had an incel face. He had the classic receding chin. He had this. He was a white man. He had this curly black hair that was going right to the back of his scalp. His eyes, you could see his eyelids. And he was walking down the road with a rather attractive white woman. But there's a catch. The guy was about 7 foot. Okay. Now, I've developed a theory about this. I saw a second guy. He was very short, well dressed. And he had a woman with him, a white woman who was a white man. But he had a luscious brown full beard. And it was a distinguishing feature. I saw another guy who might have been on the front cover of Incel Monthly. This guy was a rather unattractive man. He was about 5'9", not very big guy. I would say he was a 3.8 out of 10. He wasn't a good-looking man. He had a big nose, receding chin, and but he had a long, luscious, flowing, dark black hair that went right to the back of it, right to the center of his back, and he was wearing this heavy metal clothing. You know, he had that heavy metal aesthetic. And I saw another one where I saw a black man with a white woman, and this black man was about 4 out of 10, if that, in looks. And he had, and he was facially not a pretty sight, but he had broad shoulders and very muscular upper back. And then the fifth guy I'd like to talk about is I saw an Arab who was about 4 out of 10, and he was walking down the road with a rather attractive Arab female. She was like a sort of whitish Arab woman. And he had very big arms and legs, and he looked like a bit of a tough guy. So I've developed a theory on the sub fives who ascend and are walking down the road with women. And the theory is that it does kind of tie into looks theory. You know, at a base level, when you look at a woman, what are you really interested in? You're interested in her physical assets, you know, what's between her legs, her breasts, and we all know what we look at when we look at women at base level. There's distinguishing attributes of the female that attracts you to her. And I think if you're a sub 5 man, but you've got a distinguishing attribute or attributes that mark you out from the crowd, then it ties into looks. And I think then the females will say, well, I'm attracted to something about him. I don't know what it is. And then you gain a passport into the eugenic in-group. Yeah. So I think for incels, what needs to be done is you need to have distinguishing attributes which signal you're part of the eugenic in-group. Then you've got to be neurotypical. So if you could combine the two, that is a route out of the inceldom for some men.
Wait, so like peacocking from the PUA?
It's not. I don't know if it's peacocking.
Not exactly like that, but kind of like something that draws. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, the guy who was 7 foot, he wasn't peacocking. Obviously, that was a genetic attribute. The guy that who was walking down the street with this, he was a white guy, had long dark hair, and he had a white one with him. He was about 3.8 out of 10. She was about 7 out of 10. And she was clutching his arm like he was a god. And he had something. He had this long, luscious black hair that was running down the back of his down to the center of his back, and he had this heavy metal type of clothing on. he was peacocking. He had something that she liked, was probably his hair. Yeah. This guy with the beard, he had like this long, luscious beard, and it might have attracted the female. There's something, if you've got something about you as a sub-5 male, which might be genetic, or it might be something that you've created as an attribute, then it's possible, from what I've seen, for you to possibly gain a passport into the eugenic in-group. Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I have a particular set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so I don't know if that counts. But I'm kidding. No, it's just...
Hey, you might find a girl that's into Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, yeah, if I was like 7 foot feet and looked like a football player, sure.
As a black man, it's literally just you can be a below the neck Tyrone. I've noticed this a few times. If the route out of this is only my self-opinionated belief. So I think for black cells, if you can mimic, if you can get big, that's the route out. I think Oreo Man, and this makes me sound like a blue-pilled moron. If Oreo Man would have gym celled, he would have ascended. Yeah, Max. But he was nutty. He was crazy. I mean, Oreo Man was a nutcase. But if he'd have gone down the gym and really, really worked out and sorted and looked maxed, he could have Tyroned Max below the neck. All
right, so the follow on from this, what we really need to test it is to find black ogres and interview them.
Oh, black ogres, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with Jack. It's like there's definitely that blue pill. Like you need to be blue pill to some extent in order to ascend. It's like this whole red pill, black pill, or just even high IQ in general. You're overthinking things way too much, and just let it happen theory might be legit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like when you're high IQ, it's almost like, I think I said this before, but you can like intellectualize your way in or out of anything because like you kind of know like you have an out, or you know the way in, and it's like the problem becomes like you either do nothing or you either side of that coin can either, if you talk your way out of something, you do nothing, but you can also talk your way into doing really, really dumb stuff too. So it kind of comes down to like you have to like, this is why it's so important to have the facts and the logic and like really take a good assessment of things. But it's also sometimes good just to kind of like go with the flow, and it's like just kind of like live your life to some extent and not always question what's going on to some extent, because like the old saying of like ignorance is bliss is like somewhat true. But yeah, I mean, it's just like when you're really intelligent, it becomes really easy to like intellectualize your way in or out of anything. And it's definitely something you have to like really work on and like control your mind and like you have to like know when to think and know when not to think to some extent. Like there's some things you kind of just have to like okay, well I should just be more natural here. And there's other situations where you should be like, well maybe I should like tone it up a little bit and maybe actually use my thinking, actually start doing more stuff and start thinking about what's going on here instead.
Yeah, like it reminds me, this was a pre-chat 19. Like even at the office, we got a cafeteria, and we usually sit in our teams and talks amongst each other. There was another, I guess it was super crowded that day. There were other people that usually sat in our area, and then I guess this chick was just trying to join in on the conversation, but I wasn't having it. Like maybe I have a brutal mindset of I don't want to get me too. Don't talk to foids in general unless you absolutely have to. And yeah, it was like Jack Thiessen. It was just mundane fucking shit. Like you could go to the store and I'll buy this and save like this much money. And but then I mean I look at her. She has a purple, pink, green hair, typical like SJW looking. My flag is already like up. It's like, dude, don't talk to this woman. Like, stay away. And so I'm just like trying to be nice. Like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and just not trying to talk to her. But to some extent, you know, you just gotta be like, okay, whatever, talk with this person. I know it's not gonna lead anywhere, especially to the snuggles, but it's kind of like I'm already hurting my chances because I'm thinking like 10 steps ahead.
Yeah, it's also like when you talked earlier about the black pill thing, where it's like, or the blue pill being blue pill to some extent. It's not so much, yeah, you have to be blue pilled. You just have to you just have to know what are blue pill thoughts, and you have to basically know the right words to say to get out of the situation. Because like, I have a boss who's very very very, I would say, blue pill for sure on certain things, and like there's certain ways I have to say things. It's kind of like knowing your audience. You have to like figure out, okay, if I'm in front of a black pill audience, I can kind of be more truthful about what I actually believe. If I'm in front of a red pill audience, I have to say certain things to get the point across. If I'm in front of a blue pill person, I also have to say certain things to get the point across. So like you can like semi black pill or red pill these people, or semi black pill the red pillars and the blue pillars, just by dropping little hints or a nuggets of truth while you mix it in with the blue pill or the red pill ideology. So like you can say, oh yeah, I understand that women have issues here, but if you say but over here, you bring up an example or something like that, all of a sudden they're like, okay, I can understand that, and you just kind of throw in the truth. Now the problem is whether or not that stuff actually sticks or not, because sometimes people take in information and it just goes one ear around the other ear and doesn't, and basically like you never said anything. So,
Bro, if Kevin Samuel's been on this like purple pill trying to introduce the red pill to people shit for like 5 years or so, and not a single bitch has really listened, and you think you can do all that shit in a single conversation? Like, hell no. Like, you know what the old saying is, like, what is it? When your life or whatever depends on not knowing, then something to that effect. I forgot, but like, hell, like trying to.
yeah, the whole idea of if your a livelihood depends on you not knowing something, then of course you're gonna like reject the information when it's presented to you, because obviously it's like you're getting paid to not know something, or if you're getting paid to even know something, then it's like you're gonna basically it's all about reinforcing the current narrative and the mainstream narrative and not accepting any sort of new information to some extent. Because like the moment your little pet theory gets destroyed, that's when the funding stops for your little pet theory. So.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to add one more thing about this guy that I saw walking down the road, this Chincel, because I gave it quite a bit of thought, if you don't mind, Mystery.
Sure.
This guy would, as I say, he could have been on the front cover of Incel Monthly. You know, you see these YouTube videos with a guy with wimp skull. He had that facial bone structure, and I thought, what brought him? What turned this sub 5 into the type of guy that's got a high tier Becky white woman, hanging onto his arm like he's some sort of god? And I thought, he's obviously a normie. He's obviously a normie, and he reacts in a normie way to inceldom. And what I think is that this. What he did was he thought to himself, well, I'm not getting pussy through dressing and doing my hair like my peers, my normie peers. And I have the same thoughts as my normie peers. I like soccer. I like to talk about the garden for an hour. I like all the same boring, innocuous, brainwashing TV programs as the rest of them. But I'm not getting pussy. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll change my style. And he might have done it through trial and error. He might have had his hair long one time, and then he might have had his hair in another way. He might have dressed differently at certain occasions, and he just kept on trying it instinctively. This wasn't a massive thought process. He just wanted to see what worked, and then eventually he come across a look that utilized his natural assets, which was he has got quite a nice long strong looking hair, and he just grew it to the back of grew it so long that it went to the center of his back. He noticed girls liked him, and then he started to pick them up. And it was as simple as that. It was just a normie who did normie things. He was instinctual. He acted through instinct, and then you got the results. If that guy would have been a person that was like an outsider type personality, he would have probably spent 15 years analyzing, and he wouldn't have done anything, and he wouldn't have got the same results. So I think being a normie, I obviously that they are kind of disgusting. I mean, I've come up with a name for these for the two types of normies that I see: lolly boys. Generally, I call them cream puffs. Cream puffs. The people who pass me, I call them cream puffs. But there's two types of normies. That there's lolly boys, which is the kind of clean cut, classic look, and then you've got, I call them the scuffers, which is like the kind of like the neck beard, sort of scraggy 5 out of 10 normies. And these people like constitute the mainstream population of my country, and to them, it's never they've probably not even read one article on female mating practices or the female question or anything. They just do it for instinct. I do believe, Mystery, that is the answer to inceldom. You've just got to act like them, or find yourself an outlier female who is a free thinker, who isn't a brainless moron, and then just focus on her. And where do you meet these women? That's the second question.
Find a unicorn. And everybody tries that.
Yeah, I wanted to add too. It's actually just not being black pilled, but being a red pilled, brainwashed PUA. Because even Face talked about this. It was like, oh, my game wasn't enough. Like my opener wasn't strong. I didn't move it to Kino escalation soon enough, so she lost interest. And like all this PUA bullshit, it's like you're overthinking it, like literally. So just be a normie theory might work.
Well, yeah, look at Luxmax introduction. Because I'm on the spectrum, I needed to be told that Luxmaxing was something you needed to do. I was looking for all other different avenues to work out female attraction. But the average normie white guy in England, they just Luxmax for without even questioning it. To them, it's just common sense. You get the best hairstyle that you can possibly get for your shape of face. You dress in the best clothes. You try to keep your weight down because being obese is repulsive. You sort out your teeth when you've got problems with your teeth. Perhaps you use skin cream to embellish your face. These things are done by normies without even thinking about it. I'm not saying normies are anything special. They're annoying. They get highly taxed. They get manipulated politically. They're frankly they're the backbone of society. But I don't want to spend much time with them. That can make me come across as a misanthrope. But my God, they're the ones that get the pussy. So they're the ones that must be followed.
Yeah, I think you're onto something here, man. Next time, next time, I'll try to act as normie as possible.
I mean, that's effectively what I tend to do at most situations, really. Like, there is no reason to be walking around the world, spouting out random black pill BS, or even like sort of like, even weird beliefs you might have about politics and like that. No one really wants to hear that shit. Like, to some extent.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong, Mystery. I'm not like, oh, you fucking bitch, don't talk to me kind of thing. It's just like, I'm not like out there deliberately being mean or anything. There's no incentive for that. It's just that, maybe subconsciously, like under the cover, I'm just like, oh, why am I even talking to this lady? It's not gonna go where I think it's gonna go. I'm wasting time. See,
Wait,
that's the overthinking.
I actually have like no problem talking to I don't say people of like lesser intelligence, but people who are just a little more like normal, or people who have like normal thought processes, because it gives me a good like lay of the land of what the actual regular person just thinking about. You know what I mean? Like, like what are you thinking about? What do you think about the world? What's going on in your head? Because like I kind of want to know like, hey, like sometimes it's good to get a good idea of like, well, what's the average man and woman thinking about, instead of like, oh, well, I know what intelligentsia said, because they control the schools, and I know what the talking heads on TV think, because they control the media, and but I don't really have a good, like, it's good to have a pulse on the normie, because like the normie is the one who votes in mass, and not really so much in mass, but they vote. There's enough of them who vote to decide the fate of the nation. If you have some clue of what they're going to do, you have some clue of where you're going to end up at. Because really, there's only a small number of, not that many high IQ people to begin with. So like, you're constantly, when you have a democratic system, you have to rely on the normie to vote, and if how they vote is how the nation's going to go to some extent. So.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I read a really good book one time by a writer called. Also, I'd like to add something as well. This is a bit. This is something I noticed as well. If you look at uh, the religious communities in Britain, there's quite a few religious fundamentalist communities in Britain, because I live in London. I could, just outside London, I can go into different areas and check out. This is why I put a post earlier about arranged marriages. If you want to see subgroups, or if that's the right word, subcultures, religion. You know what I'm trying to say, mystery. Yeah, just like a group of people where looks doesn't matter, or looks doesn't matter as much. It tends to be in highly religious, organized subcultures where males and females pair up through family connections. And I was looking at the Muslims in London, and some of these Muslim guys are walking around with women way above their looks threshold, and it must be just through family arrangements. And I noticed it. I noticed this happens with the Orthodox Jews in London, that they've a lot of these guys have got women that are a lot more attractive than them, and I think this is also something that needs to be assessed. That one of the reasons why you have got a mass scale of inceldom is because we haven't. I'm not speaking about you, Mystery, or Drulax, or Jack Nickelback, but we haven't got families who are trying to help us and arrange marriages for us, or try to push their children forward the same way as these highly organized communities have got. And this is something that traditionally used to happen.
I would
something
disagree.
Something that first that's what we talked about a lot with social circles and stuff like that. It comes to like religious groups and various things. So yeah, go ahead, Jack, and then Dralik will do that order, I guess.
Yeah, I like partially disagree. I don't think the will to do so is gone. I just think like the social structures don't exist for that. Like if your mother wanted you to get married, like what steps would she be able to take to do that nowadays? Like,
the problem becomes like the people let those systems lapse. That's the end of the day. Like, it's not so much that they weren't there before, that people just threw them to the wayside, and now that they're not here anymore, you can't just rebuild those things overnight. It takes it's a process. But go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Though, I'm just saying the instinct is still there, and people still do it in their own way. There's just no actual effective way for those instincts to manifest. Like the most they can tell you is, go take a shower, get a job, and bitches will fly onto your dick. That's all they can do now. They can't do anything more than that.
Go ahead, Jolly.
Yeah, like because I remember Incelmatics, first talked about this pretty well too. It's social circle maxing to an extent, but then maybe I do agree with Jack too. The social structure is just not there. at least in, Western degenerate culture. Like when he talked about it, he was talking about, the Mexicans and the Latinos have a culture of, pairing up. And to a larger extent, like the Curry cells have the arranged marriage. And it's not just in, like say the Indians or the Pakistanis. It's like even in Asia, like Chinese, their grandparents are always like trying to, find partners for you. I believe in Japan, there's also a tradition of I forgot what it was called, but it was like 25 plus men and women. Kind of, it's not even a dating site, but it's just like a community of parents. Saying, "Hey, I have a available son. I have a available daughter. Let's set up a meeting and just meet in general." And it's actually like just trying to set up a date. It's nothing like like a dating site kind of thing. It's just like your parents meet, you and the other partner meet, and the whole idea is that if you do agree or like each other, it's kind of like moving towards a marriage kind of thing. So it just doesn't happen in Western, I should say white culture.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think we pushed the I think people it's a well-known fact that the West is very, very individualistic. And I think in Islamatics they always talk about the atomized individual and how like it's been basically in Western society and especially in white America, we went from a nation that embraced the church and went to church all the time, and basically you had a community of people who like grew up in the same community, very similar upbringings, and that's slowly been eroded away to the point to where like now it's become all about me culture, and now we have this effectively have like a culture of a bunch of like mad atomized individuals who have no social connection at all. And now we're wondering why people are more lonely and upset and stuff like that. Because like, well, at the end of the day, we are social creatures. This kind of brings up a good segue because like I was actually watching. I've been watching a lot of history documentaries on YouTube. I've been watching one on the 1950s. It's like Bill Halberstam's 1950s. It was like aired on the History Channel a few probably years ago now, but like it's a really interesting take on like the cultural, I guess, the zeitgeist, I guess, at the time back in the 1950s and like post-war America, and like how like the greatest generation came home from the war and they gave birth to the baby boomers, and it was like crazy how like the explosion of the economy happened, and it's crazy how it was just amazing to see how like everything that you thought that you knew about the 1950s you didn't wasn't necessarily true. Like a lot of times what we hear about the 1950s was that like, oh, women didn't have to work, but really there were actually a sizable portion of women who actually still had to work jobs that back in the 1950s. It wasn't necessarily true that like all women didn't work. It was just probably less than there were now for sure. So like it was one of those things where it's like, dang, like there's so much stuff that like somebody like miss so many things that I thought about the 1950s. Like we look back on that period with like it's like like, oh god, this is like a the greatest period of all time. This is like America's golden age, and it was a golden age, rightfully so. But there were also a lot of things that like we it definitely gave me a different perspective of the time period. Like like when you look at like the social trends back then, like like there were so many black pills being dropped by the women back then because the women were literally saying like, oh, he has to be attractive or something. Like people had no problem saying that stuff. Like, but for us somehow that's like some big like a revelation now because like I guess we weren't told that. But like it's kind of like these issues never really quite went away. It was just like they got suppressed or they weren't really an issue back then because there were so many people that like people just kind of paired up and it made sense.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I personally look at the 50s not with as much affection as look at the 1980s. I think this is only my personal taste. I think mankind, particularly America, reached its peak in the 1980s.
I would, I would probably agree to some extent. Um, I've been watching a lot of documentaries just about the time period. Like I think in 1968 they had the riot in Chicago with the DNC riot. It was like insane. It was like it's like And it's kind of weird because like the exact same politics that we had back then, the same issues we're still talking about now. Like the people who were protesting the Vietnam War, they had the exact same talking points that people who protested Iraq had. And it's like, I'm like, dang, like nothing's really changed that much. It's just like the time period changed and maybe the technology is different, the clothes are different, but the people are still talking about the same exact issue, racial issues, the economy. It's like these issues are like the same issues over and over and over, recycled for until the end of time. You know, like
Man, I keep on telling y'all need to go back before the war. That's the like, even though I didn't study it nearly enough, like those real pre-depression years between like 1900 and 1929 and shit. That's some real black people shit. You go to that, yeah, the high flying 20s and shit. That's the real, like, damn, what the hell changed? It's just a steampunk 2020. What the fuck?
Really?
Not really, but still, like.
Well, how was the 20s? You say it was that's a black, that was a black pill decade. Could you? What do you mean?
It's fucking
roaring
socially
20s.
degenerate.
Yeah, the roaring 20s were arguably like the problem is that when you have a lot of prosperity, what ends up happening is that people get comfortable, they get fat and happy, and then when shit hits the fan, that's when people get serious again. Okay, well, time to get serious now, guys. We have to fucking do shit. But yeah, the 1920s, the roaring 20s were absolutely like people. We look back on it now and say those people were. I mean, they're probably conservative by today's standards, but like if you go back there, it's like the stuff that was emerging back then was like framing like what's going on here. This is like a cultural fucking genocide right now. This is insane what's going on right now. Like the women are rebelling. The no one's getting married. Yada yada. This is true. Like,
all right, yeah. Because I look back at the 1920s with quite amount of romance. I think this ties into my beliefs about dysgenics. I think that. I'm not saying I'm not dysgenic, and I'm not saying I've got this super IQ or I'm not a product of this culture. I'm completely objective. If you look at the population that was born between 1880 and 1900, that was probably the last dysgenic generation, particularly in the West. The 1920s, that the people who were the movers and shakers during that decade would have been born afterwards, wouldn't they? Or no, they would have been born during 1890, so they would have probably been quite genetically healthy people walking around during that period. But it was a very exciting time. I think you could be more masculine during that time. There wasn't. If you look at obviously when we think of the 1920s, we don't really think of Britain or France or Germany. We think of America, don't we? You had these tough guys like Al Capone over there in Chicago, running around, having these gang wars. You had these sort of like romantic gangsters selling bootleg alcohol in the cities, and you had these big Irish gangs and Italian gangs. You had the black gangs in Harlem, and you had the Harlem Renaissance. I think the men were more manly then. They were certainly more masculine, weren't they?
Oh, definitely. I'm not saying it's exactly like now. It's just that the parallels are interesting. Like, oh shit, people were making the same fucking complaints back then that they are now in a sense. Maybe not to the same degree, and maybe about different issues slightly, but the tone is kind of familiar.
Yeah,
this is a really good quote here. A country begins stoic and ends Epicurean. Yeah, very, very true.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know what it'd be like for because America then at that point in history was just basically whites and blacks, weren't it? In America then, you didn't have many Mexicans in America then, so it would have just been whites and blacks in America.
Yeah, I think a lot of the immigration started at the 1965, but I forgot what that act was called. But
65, yeah, 1965.
Wasn't that Hart-Celler? That Hart-Celler?
No.
No, that was something else.
Yeah, I know about all that history, but I don't wish to cover it on this stream. What
the fuck was I thinking of? Hold on. I don't know why that bill came in my head. Wait, is that even an immigration bill?
It was 1965. Yeah. But that's sort of yeah. We're
Oh shit, that was the Immigration Act.
yeah.
But
Immigration Act.
is it the one I said?
Yeah, the Immigration
Oh,
and
okay.
Nationality Act of
It wasn't. It
1965.
wasn't hard.
Also,
It wasn't Hart Seller. That Hart Seller was 1952.
Oh, I'm like way off.
I think it was Ward Kendall or something. 1952.
Wikipedia says it's also known as the Hart-Celler Act.
Okay, so that was right then. I was right. I was like, come on. I'm like, I know enough history to know this.
Now we
I
got
have to know this.
shit.
Whether right or wrong, I can't remember.
I was wrong. Yeah, but you know, what would it? Did you have black cells walking around in the deep south in the 1920s?
Say what?
Did we have any?
Did you have as many? Did you have guys like Oreo Man just walking around, just like saying he's going to make deal? He would make a deal with the devil if he could just get a woman. You know, did you have this kind of?
It's almost like probably guaranteed to be like. I'm sure there were incels back then, but it just wasn't nearly as pronounced as it probably is now. I probably couldn't give you a percentage though, but like I do know that I think the in wedlock birth rate was much better in the black community back then than it obviously is now. But
Yeah,
but
the
yeah,
fall of
and
the social structures was like really recent. That's literally post 60s. You talk about something like that.
yeah, this is gonna sound a little bit controversial, but like I think even Malcolm X said this, but I think he basically said that like integration probably destroyed the black community more than anything else probably did.
Yeah,
I think that's something he didn't say that exactly the way I said it, but like I think he basically I think partially what kept the community together was that we had I don't want to use the word enemy because it sounds too like thing, but we had a common goal in mind of like, hey, we're all in this together. And the moment that goal got achieved, now became like okay, well, when the problem is like when you like like there's a Chinatown, there's like a Korean town, this
it's
type of
more
town, but like
simple than that. You were just
yeah,
forced to be together, like so you had to make it work.
Yeah, there you go.
Once integration came, okay, now all the natural environmental pressures keep you together left, and people who didn't want to fucking be there just fucking left.
I think New York was better when it was like delineated between different like ethnic enclaves like Ireland and like the Irish areas in West Manhattan and like the Italian areas in the Bronx. It just seemed to work better. It's only because I'm a follower of true crime and you know when I read about the kind of ethnic enclaves and the criminals running around in them places, it just seemed like a better place to be alive, you know.
Yeah, but they're basically any kind of ethnic culture is overridden by internet culture nowadays. And the internet is the West, so here we are.
Yeah. Do you want to hear a black pill story, Jack?
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, it ties into Incel TV. You know, there was that recent Incel TV video. Have you watched it, Jack? Or Mystery or anyone? Have you watched it?
Is that the
Which
Lady
one?
Justice is Blind?
Yeah.
I watched that video.
Well, this story is a bit more of a black pill story than that. You know, we know about that white Chad who these Arabic females think he should be released from prison after mowing down that poor mother and daughter. Well, there was another black pill story, but I think people who are listening might want to look this guy up. There was a guy called Mickey Featherstone who was an Irish American gangster during the 1970s. And this is a story about how looks get you out of anything, or they can get you out of anything. And this guy was living in an Irish enclave in the west of Manhattan, which was basically a mob-controlled zone. That's the only way to describe it. It was a mob-controlled zone, and he looked like a male model. He looked like a guy that could walk into a modeling agency in West Hollywood and he would get pushed into limelight as soon as he walks in the door. This guy come out of the Vietnam War, and he claimed he had these crazy thoughts because of the war. He walked into this saloon, an Irish bar, and point blank shot a man in the head, killed him. When he got to court, he got given 5 years in a mental hospital, and he got out within 2. He hit the streets, and he joined this gang called the Westies, which was the Irish mob in New York. This guy killed and killed and killed and killed, and he was part of this network of guys who were doing, enforcing. They were dealing drugs. They were doing all sorts of things. I'm not grassing anybody up. This is all documented in a book by T.J. English called The Westies. And then he was arrested on a murder that he didn't do. He got pulled in, and he decided to start talking to the authorities. His wife was right by his side because he was a Chad. And she got the guy on tape who really did do the murder to admit it on tape. And then they released this guy called Mickey Featherstone. But he had to, because part of the deal was he had to confess to all these different crimes he'd done. He'd committed all these murders. He sat in front of the court yet again. This is after he did the murder in the bar when he was younger. He admitted to all the murders, all the drug dealing, all the enforcing, the lot, and they gave him 5 years in prison. He got out of him 3, and he spent the rest of his life on the witness protection program, and he had a beautiful wife beside him. That is Chad power.
Oh yeah, there's also Jeremy Meeks as the classic, and there's also a oldie but goodie, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev back with the Boston bombing. I remember that shit vividly. He killed and injured all those fucking people, and then I used to think in spite of, but it actually turned out because of that, this motherfucker had fangirls feeling sorry for him and all that shit. So yeah.
Lambs, dude. Fucking lambs.
Absolutely. It is, and it has always been.
Lambs. God damn.
Yes, Black Ronin from Boston. Yes, I my condolences. And this comes
I
from
forgot he was
Detroit.
even here. Okay, I didn't even see him join. You have something to add, Black Ronin, or no?
Yeah, bro. I remember when it happened, too. I was sitting in a car when it happened. I was actually sitting in a car. Because when the marathon happened, it usually happens around near Boylston Street. I'm not going to dox myself. Don't worry. And what happened was, I was my mom and my aunt went to go to the marathon, but because we got food on the way there. But thank God we got food on the way there, or else who knows what could have happened to me. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. So what happened was my mom, my aunt, we got food on the way there, but at the drive-through, the line was mad long, and the bombs actually went off while we were in the drive-through. Thank God we weren't in that area when it happened.
Dang.
That's hell of a.
Yeah, and I remember even girls at my school were saying that was cute.
Holy shit. Well,
Yeah.
fucking lambs, dog. Can't escape it.
Fuck a meme. I need to make this shit like a fucking church now, like the fucking
Church of
Latter-day
Lambs.
Saints of Lambs or some shit. I don't know. God, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not lying too.
Remind me for the age.
So what happened was they had a stay-at-home order because they're looking for the guy, right? And homie ran into a store and shit and tried to rob this shit. It was crazy, bro, when it happened. But he didn't come to the hood. I stayed the fuck out of there. He's like, no, fuck the hood. Hello?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, he didn't come to the hood at all. He's like, no, fuck the
The A stands for is it what? Anti
Let me go through it again.
You go ahead, go through it again, buddy.
You got LAMS. A derivation. Shit, what's the word? This be a slight modification of face and LMS. You got looks, as always. The foundation of everything, like magma to the earth. And then you have antisocial. Not even antisocial, more like counter-social behavior. But we're going to keep it A just because it matches. Then, of course, you have money and status, however irrelevant they are. And I don't know. That's pretty much it.
Okay,
Maybe
I was thinking
yeah.
apathy.
It's all part of the same. Like just generic evil is appealing. Like it's just everything.
Looks asshole.
Yeah, this gotta be a specific kind of ass. Like the thing about it, it's not. On one hand, it's not just being an asshole. It's like it seems like the antisocial behavior. It's like you have to behave in a way counter to society, but still survive that. That seems to be what the trigger is, because it doesn't necessarily take violence exactly.
Yeah,
It's
I
more
think
like those that go against the grain. But
yeah, I think
yeah,
apathy might be pretty fitting. Just don't give a shit attitude.
yeah,
Yeah, that is
that would
true.
certainly be an indicator. Like I don't need
Wait,
society to survive. Yeah, that would contribute.
yeah, but hello. What I was gonna say as well, like, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
That little Boston Marathon thing, I was so mad because when he blew up and killed that little kid, they better fucking Rainbow Six Huge his ass. But I dead ass had girls in my class saying he was cute. I wanted to get up and punch them dead in their fucking face. But this dude killed a little kid. What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, but he has jawline.
But still, though, he was an ethnic too. You think he was Chechnyan?
Look, you can always make more kids. You can't always make a jawline like that. Come on now, you gotta be reasonable.
But still, though. And then one of the brothers ended up getting killed. Though. I think he died in a shit out with the fucking SWAT team. I think.
Yeah,
I
I
was like
forgot his
13.
name.
Yeah, I was like 13 when it happened. I was a little nigga back then, so a while back. Like,
Chechens are like the Chads of Eastern Europe as well. They're like
yeah,
they're just they've got like a whole conveyor belt of psychos.
yeah. But I know it's also fucked up, Jack Tyson. On the internet, you have girls that actually think that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were cute.
Eric Harris, who's that? Is that the guy Columbine?
Yeah, both
Yeah.
of Columbine.
Yeah. They you know, the average. I mean, Johnny Heretic did a video on this on incels. Have you watched that, Ronan?
Yeah, but I was gonna add those guys weren't like, quote unquote the typical inkwell. Like they both had girlfriends. I think they just hated the
No.
jocks and the clique's social structure of high school.
Eric had girlfriends. Dylan was basically like a failed normie. Like Dylan, like Eric had a little bit of clout within Columbine High School, but Dylan was a straight up like failed normie, basically like ER, basically. Like he wanted to fit in with the guys who hated him. Like in the Woodard Manifesto, he talks about wanting a girlfriend and feeling alone and stuff like that in one of his journals.
Okay, so one of them had a GF, the other was a failed normie.
Yeah,
I
and
really thought they had a GF, so.
no, that is not the case. Yeah, and there's a rumor that both of them might have died virgins too.
I don't think typically women go for, unless the woman's the Johnny Heretic did a video on incels. I'm glad actually that it was brought up earlier in the screen. Are selected women who are who are live fast, die young women, and who have a sort of fast life history strategy where they just pick up the toughest, biggest muscled, biggest dick guy they can pick up. They have fantasies about violent guys, and they have rape fantasies, all the rest of it. And these types of women would be attracted to these types of violent guys, like the Columbine killers or Ted Bundy. I mean, Blondie. Blondie. Does anyone know Blondie, the American singer?
No.
Sounds familiar.
Jack will. She sung that song. She's American singer. Denise, that one. She's part of this long series of women, and this is effing crazy, who claimed they were picked up by Ted Bundy. You know, this is common for women to claim that they were picked up by Ted Bundy. He chose them, and she escaped. Do you know how many women in America say this? It is very common for women to say that they were picked. They were so attractive, they were picked by Ted Bundy, but they escaped. Yeah.
That's insane, bro. But yeah, but I was gonna say, I noticed at an early age that girls like the thugged out bad boy dudes. I noticed that from like the age of like 11. Cause I remember as a little kid and shit. Cause before my parents got divorced, when I was around, I think like 6 or 7, I remember my dad like hitting my mom when I was real little, and called her a fucking bitch and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, if you're living the average woman, the average normie woman, it might be different for different racial groups, but the average normie woman in England doesn't want a psychopathic dark triad like bad boy, because she'd worry he's going to go to prison, or he's going to kill her, or he's going to cheat. She wants a guy that she can control, and who's going to be a little bit of a beater. They don't like these types of guys. I think the types women like these dark triad nutter types are maybe if you've got like a Latino girl who's got all tattoos up her arms and legs, and she's got big breasts, and she lives in Miami, then she might be attracted to that type of guy.
Jack Tisson, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My issue is that like I low key like girls like that. I'm not gonna lie. I was always jealous of my cousins and shit who sold drugs and shit, because they always got those kind of girls.
Right.
It sounds to me like a huge mismatch of like your personality, though. I don't even know how that would work.
I mean, that's kind of like wondering why someone would choose a foot fetish. Just like they didn't choose that shit, just how it ended up.
Yeah, I'm not making a statement about like that he has preferences. It seems like it wouldn't even work out inherently. Like I don't know, like the personality differences would be like too. I'm not saying it couldn't work. It just seems like I
don't know. Maybe that's the appeal.
Yeah, a chick like that would be like a huge mismatch. Yeah.
What's funny, Jack, is you reminded me because you brought up the foot fetish thing, and so it was actually done by a student that's studying neuroscience and brain waves and all that stuff. And so like when you map out the human brain, the part where it controls erection is also right next to the part that what was it, like kind of is stimulated when you look at legs, basically. So they're basically the center or the area of the brain that controls, the arousal is next to also an area where that it like visually recognizes legs. So then maybe that's why it's common that a lot of dudes have foot fetishes.
It's beyond common. I think that's literally the biggest.
Yeah. And so he was onto a pretty good theory, like, because like certain areas of your brain light up when it visually recognizes things. And so like when you look at a picture of feet, there's a certain area that lights up in your brain, which is next to the area that also kind of controls arousal.
Right.
Pretty base theory.
Now I'm thinking of Pulp Fiction and shit. But
Oh yeah, have you watched American History X yet?
yeah, naturally I forgot all of them until like 5 minutes before I came here. So I just gotta write down the list again. I catch them all. Assuming Amazon still, yeah, I'm naturally still on Amazon. They all in charge. God damn it. Motherfuckers always give me homework and shit. It's fucking Drawlix, you always got a fucking movie, and David A always has a fucking article or some shit. Like between the both of y'all, let's qualify for at least some kind of doctorate at this point.
Yo, Jack Nickelback and Draw Lukes.
Yeah,
You guys hear me?
yeah.
I asked my mom one night, right? Well, we were like, we were driving to Walmart. I asked her, why would you like get with dad? Dad was such a piece of shit. He hit you, abused you, and treated you poorly. And one of what she said?
I
You
can
know,
only
just say it, dude.
I was young at that time.
bruh. I hadn't been around all sorts of ages that do the exact same shit.
Dude, like, you don't understand, bro. Like, he treated her so poorly. Even as a little kid, I remember that shit. It's dude, like,
You never
fucked
been
up,
around
man.
like the OGs that been like, yeah, man, seem like the worse I treat men and the better, more they like me and shit. So I just got work, like all that sort of shit. Never heard those conversations.
Bro, this nigga threw a bottle at her, bro, while she was holding me as a baby.
Yeah, I can believe it.
I think there's some psychological factor. Can't remember what it was because I didn't study psychology as much, but yeah, it's like a codependency is what I'm thinking of. Like
And
your
Jack
mom
Pistons.
probably
Sorry. No.
tolerated it because maybe at the time she needed your dad as well. Like if you're just a newborn and she's just
Right.
why would she want to be a single mom? It happens a lot. It seems like they just tolerate it. It's
You ain't
Yeah.
you ain't been around the
dependency.
hood, drawings. Like, is this all sorts of women that be like mid to high class in a sense that like go to the fucking pits for a mate, and it just
Yeah, exactly. My mom had a 4.0 GPA. She was very smart.
yeah.
She actually had, yeah.
And then that down go fucking nerds, and no, you gotta get like the worst motherfucker in history and shit.
Yeah, there's also that factor of I think Foids are attracted to men that are masculine and can put them in their place. So like, I'm not advocating for violence here, but sometimes you gotta beat your woman to keep her in check.
Dude, Dralux, you're giving me PTSD. Stop. I'm legit getting PTSD from you saying this shit, dude. Stop. Like, this is kind of
Yeah, I'm sorry that shit happened to you, but I'm just speaking in general terms here.
yeah.
The only thing I could possibly think of is that subconsciously, when people like basically when women like bait that shit out, because some people dead ass do. There's no getting around it. I think she's using herself as a proxy for what you would do to an enemy or something in a social situation. Swear, I keep on like okay, like basically okay. If you can't even stand up to me, like why would I think you could stand up to anybody else? Oh, if you won't even stop me, what makes me think you would stop an actual dude? Like that's the only way I could possibly rationalize it.
In Eastern Europe, Jack.
What's up?
In in Eastern Europe, women kind of in Eastern Europe, looks is not the primary factor for attraction for females for men. If you walk around the streets of Russia, all you see is just guys walking around who are unattractive with big muscles, and the women demands that because they're very feminine, although they can be quite mouthy. They demand that a man is the type of guy who will beat the shit out of anybody who insults them, or who will if the female's got any social problems with other men, the guy's got to go around and sort it out. In that culture, I believe it's true, but you've got to look at you've got to look at what these women really are like. They're a lot of women nowadays have been so brainwashed by feminism. Your average 5'3" blonde girl believes that she's got the ability to beat up her 6'10" Tyrone with a left hook. She's seen all these
Movies.
movies that tell her that if she does a spinning back hook on some 6'10" Tyrone out, he's just going to drop. They they don't have this. They want the guys in Western cultures who are who are kind of in middle of the road men who just earn money and who they can take home to their mothers and they can make stupid Instagram videos together with when they go on holiday. You know, they don't have much thought going on in their heads in Western culture. I think the masculinity. It might be attractive to certain types of females in Western culture. Perhaps, say you've got a Cuban girl in Miami, and she's hot as hell, and she's got all tattoos up her, and she's very arse selected. She's a live fast, die young. You know, her brothers are drug dealers and all that. Of course, you know, if you're a man and you come into her orbit, she's going to expect you to beat the shit out of people because that is, you know, that's the life she's living. You know, if you cross the tracks and you go to a small town in North Carolina, the female's gonna she's not gonna want that. She's gonna want a guy who's kind of like a normie who can do normie things, you know. And this is one of the failings of modern Western women, you know, that they don't want the right things. I mean, I've done this study and it's really changed my mind on my own people. I've been hearing for a very long time about Chads and all this kind of stuff, and I don't see Chads. I just see this. It may seem misanthropic, it may seem I'm against my own race, but I just see a load of guys who are effeminate, conformist weaklings, and these are the guys that are getting. These are the guys who are getting the women. I mean,
Cope.
Hold on. I got 2 points to add and one question.
Yeah.
So I think to add to that, you know, it's like Freud logic, right? How do I put it? Like being feminine is part of being like submissive. So like if you're a dude that can induce I call it the Mog effect on her, like, oh, you're tall, you're big, you're built, you know, when she stands next to you, she feels that Mog factor. Like as male, we're just like, oh man, this guy's huge, I'm getting mogged. It's like an aversive reaction, whereas the Freud logic, it might be like kind of more attractive. You know, like your ability to mog her is what makes her attracted to you in a sense. That's why, you know, a turbo manlet is never gonna induce that effect on Freud. So
no.
therefore, it just makes it really hard.
How do you explain? You know, like I saw a guy walking down the road with a woman, and this guy was he was attractive facially. You know, he might have been 6 to 7 out of 10. You know, he passed that threshold. He might be a Chad light, but he was 5'7". He was slim, and the guy just didn't look like he could fight a woman. Never mind a man. And the woman was this woman.
Well, I mean, I would say at that point it might be his good looks that, you know, she's what do you call it, like valuing more. But I'm just saying you could be an ugly, you know, face, and you know at least you still induce that Mog effect. Like you could be like say 6'2" and ugly, and she might still value you, you know, for that Mog effect. Is all I'm saying.
A certain type of woman, Drulax.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends on the Freud, right? And so I'm just saying, I think a lot of Freud subconsciously probably are attracted to getting mogged, is what I'm saying. And then the other question is, it's just kind of like, has anyone actually got into like a real, you know, fist fight? You know, like fucking breaking jaws and noses, and you know, you end up bloody and hurt.
Yeah, I've been about 100 in my life. I've been in prison 5 times.
Good. I mean, I can trust
hypothetically, yes. Hypothetically, yes.
Well, no, I'm not talking hypothetical. Like you actually, you know, get hurt.
Yes, but online I can say only hypothetically, yes. So you can ask any question related to that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, as a person, if you've gone through that, you know, beat down or given the beat down or vice versa, like, inherently you have this built-in, knowledge of like, oh, like that dude, I could take him out easy.
Best
Like
thing
he's
is
a
getting
tough.
blacked out. Getting blacked out is the best experience, you know.
Yeah, wake up. What happened? Like knock the f out.
Yeah, I'll take your word
But
for it.
yeah, I've been through many of those in my younger days too. So inherently, it's like, you just meet a person. I'm like, man, this guy is nothing. I could take him out. Versus like, oh, like that guy, I probably will struggle. And then if I met The Rock, I'm just like, no hell in chance. You know what I mean? It's like you have this inborn danger meter assessor, and I think like, the foys these days are so coddled, like protected, shielded, they could do no harm. It's like this 5'2" fucking tiny ass thing thinks she could beat like a 6'5" guy. It's like, I think some of these foys need a reality check, like get an actual beat down and realize like how puny and tiny and worthless they are.
You ever seen that video of that chick? They were in the army. It was this one chick, and she was fighting one of the soldiers. I think she was a soldier too. But if you look it up on YouTube, they were in the boxing ring duking it out in front of a crowd. Like it was about what you would think that would go. So
Yeah, I mean, there are some women like, Ronda Rousey, like she'll give me run for my money, but that's like a trained fighter, like an average Floyd. It's like I don't even have to think. I could just take them out.
bruh, women fighting they are literally average at best as far as their strength. That's just the reality.
That's what they don't
Her
realize.
absolute best is my worst day. That's how the shit goes.
A 12-year-old can take out 100 women any day in one day.
Yeah, it's like what is it? The women's soccer team got beat out by a high school boys
Yeah,
soccer team.
yeah, in Australia, I guess.
Yeah, so I think that's where the disconnect is when you see these like Floyds acting all tough, and I'm like, dude, what the hell's wrong with you?
Hydraulics at the end of the day, you must remember that pressing the keyboard button does not require any strength. You put three cockroaches on a keypad, maybe that will press a R or something, right? So that is never a parameter. And all these so-called feminist jobs, it's always linked with keyboard these days, whether you are a columnist, activist, whatsoever. They're just punching keyboards and they think it's very divine thing. They have a power or something. If some
Yeah, good to hear back from Saffron, man.
Yeah. If some guy is not putting a transmission line or the relay line, their Ethernet, this LAN wire will not go and their connection will be lost. All their activism will be behind their special part of the body. That's called as.
Well, we got Greece to prove that one. So the economy fell, so did the price of pussy.
Yeah, fuck Bin Laden.
So how have you been, Mr. Saffron?
I was just thinking this is a parallel universe. Maybe I've shifted dimension and Mandela effect and shit because all of a sudden I opened this broadcast and everyone was discussing dudes. I mean, this dude, that dude. So I thought, what the hell is happening? Then I realized the context of it.
Uh, you thought we turned homo or something? took the a gay pill or something. It's like, okay, well, fuck it. We all converted.
I don't think that's a pill. That might be a suppository, but
Yeah, it might be the other way around, but yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty sure about that. Yeah. No homo.
Yeah.
swear, every time somebody says like half the time people say that shit is like some inexcusable shit. But that's off topic though.
Yeah. The whole life is out of topic, man.
All right, no homo. If a tranny got the ass on it, like no, you can't no homo shit.
You have seen those video. I fucked my boy, no homo. those,
Like, okay, buddy.
those TikTok reels.
So Black Ronin, earlier you screamed out cope. I wasn't sure what the context was for that, but something Jack Tisson said. I can't quite remember though. If you're even here.
I think he was saying that, you know, I was pointing out that off the internet, I know it's very hard because, you know, I've done it myself. You know, you look at these videos, you know, these clickbait videos on YouTube. You know, 10 ways to make yourself the alpha male, and the dark triad gangster, PUA law or something, and there's this belief then that seeps in that all these women are looking for these kind of alpha male, you know, hard gangster types, and there are women out there who do look for these women, these men. You know, that they're called they're called East European women, who like these tough guys, sort of dark triad type guys. Maybe in some parts of America, you know, if it's a highly volatile part of LA, for example, the females around them areas might look for these types of guys. But you know, the average woman is not looking for these types of men. They're looking for they're just looking for a guy who passes the look threshold, who is not going to ruffle too many feathers.
Yeah, I was mentioning about this shit. Yeah, this was a thing. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. And this is the reality of the world, Saffron. You know, this is the reality of it is out there. I personally think that women should look for the tough guys, that, you know, the guys who will protect them, and them types of sort of alpha male men. I think they're the best types of men. But, you know, frankly, that's not the type. That's not the average guy. The average guy is just an innocuous, mundane. In America, he watches American football, and he
watches. He goes to his job. He wakes up, goes to his job, comes home, orders some Domino's, fucking drinks a fucking a Bud Light, and watches football, goes to sleep, and then
basically the human equivalent of bread. That's what the average man is.
Yeah, bread and circus. He's human equivalent of distilled water and bread. Yeah.
Like if he could turn a fucking jar of mayonnaise into a person, it would be him.
Yo, Jack and Nestle.
Yeah.
Oh, I have something to discuss. This CNN cucks, they were discussing people like us.
Well, you got a link?
Oh, were they?
Yeah, the CNN guys. Just look for the Red Pill CNN video, and they were like explaining these guys are like very deep, dark relationship starved people, blah 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 blah. I don't know what their logic is. I mean, they are smoked up of some horse donkey shit, man.
Oh yeah, speaking of YouTube kind of like leaking into the mainstream, it always kind of has been, but it's like apparently there was an interview with ContraPoints on is it Chris Hayes? I wasn't sure if she was on the show or if it was just like a podcast that MSNBC runs. I'm like, man, yeah, he really getting around. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, and they brought up the incel issue, and it's like, man, like she or he, what the fuck one I refer to as, like he like had like this really weird, like, I remember when he made that video, and the video, like, he claims it's like to put like a sympathetic light on the issue, but really in reality, like, it's really like not sympathetic at all. If anything, you know, he's making excuse for like why these men should like basically pursue alternative forms of like doing other things, basically, for the most part. It just like make the issue kind of go away and try to smooth things over. So it's kind of funny, but like, yeah, it's kind of funny to see like some like YouTubers getting some like mainstream notoriety, if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, as someone said, like disagreeable in comment, they said there's no us. That is a base point. These morons are not able to understand that if people of free thinking mind, they talk somewhere or they unite, it's not like a radical kind of a cult. I mean, there's a thing. And they label this kind of a movement or this movement or that movement. But it is all futile imagination of their own construct, but they are like hell-bent on creating their own cult narrative upon masses. So they
can't comprehend that, like, the kind of people we are just the natural conclusion of all their fucking decisions over these past generations. Serious. That's it. The incel is like, that's the end stage of male in society. Like that. That's where soy goes to die. That the incel. That's it.
I have a theory that nature has the way to root out feminism by itself. See, all the boys that are getting starved these days, they can still wait 20 years and get married and have children. But what about the feminists? They will die alone. Simple as that.
We can only hope, but we're only a
Yeah,
generation
I
away
have
from
a
genetic modifications, so there's going to be some tricky
I
shit.
am. I'm pretty sure those things will flop. I mean, you'll have some kids with one leg and stuff like that. So I am pretty sure that will be crappy for coming decades and so on. You can have clones and all those things though. Maybe Chimera, the half pig thing will come before everything else. And they will rule us. Maybe they will rule the feminist. Half dick guys, like they will be Chad from bottom up and bottom down. They will be pigs, maybe like that.
Shit,
And
at that point, you don't need to be Chad anymore. You can just make a bitch. Or make a bitch, programs are like you and all that shit, and go fuck off somewhere with just single apartment and be happy.
that's a dream, man. That's a dream. Studio apartment with all the billions dollar in the account. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I was gonna say the self checkout rate and the ER rate's probably gonna rise as some of these Zoomers lose their parents soon enough, because then they'll be truly alone. That's
Lonely.
dark.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
been
if
my biggest like thing actually. Something I always talk about where it's like I think that once even for millennials to some extent, like once your parents are gone, once you're like your only connection to the world is gone, what else do you have? Like
not only that, but think of who actually owns property and shit.
Yeah.
That shit might not pass down, so you're gonna have like a whole bunch. You're gonna have a nation of renters soon.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of Inkwell men are in the 20s and 30s right now. They're being supported by their parents. Once that's gone, like what do they have truly? And the
Oh,
whole thing about like neat maxing or Eldar maxing, I mean, it's same as enablers, like, letting a drug addict continue his habits.
get ready
Because,
for polygamy.
yeah, because what do you call it?
Australia.
Like if you can neat max, that means you can get support from your family or somewhere else, whether it be welfare. But that shit ain't gonna last, you know what I mean?
Nah, most likely you're not gonna see neat as a normal thing. It's more likely gonna be subsistence living. Like, yeah, I got nothing to really aim for, so I'm just gonna work just hard
Yeah.
enough to survive. And
Mystery, take that comment. Mystery, take that comment. Disagreeable. Bill Gates is the only landowner. Everyone else is copying. Yeah.
uh,
Right.
Yeah,
disagreeable,
true.
disagreeable. That is not true. You also have Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. So we have three overlords, not one.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe in the future there would be a tech billionaire war between, Bill Gates, Bezos,
Like they're hacking their servers
Zuckerberg.
and shit, right? They're hacking each other's servers.
Yeah. Like so I mean Amazon I would say is the king right now, but then Google and Microsoft have their cloud infrastructure and everything. It's like they're vying for the top. Like literally if they can beat each other out, yeah, it's like they would actually have the keys to the world, like actually rule the world.
So somewhere between Armored Core and Cyberpunk 2077.
So I guess even the scarier part to think about is like, what if they actually unite, right? So I would say Jack Dorsey has the insight into the collective nature of people through Twitter.
He's a dork.
Zuckerberg has people's social IQ, I should say, through Facebook and Instagram. And then, Amazon literally delivers the world.
Yeah.
Google owns everything pretty much on the internet.
I see a future in distributed internet. I don't believe that these companies will survive forever and ever.
It's not about any given company. It's more about the systemic infrastructure that allows stuff like that to grow. Really.
Fuck hell yeah, that's systemic. If I become CEO of some company, yeah, I'll be that systemic oppressor. Yes, hell yeah.
All right.
Just kidding. I mean,
Yeah, there's no guarantee. I don't know if you're joking.
yeah, if they pay me like 5 million, I'll screw all your account on YouTube. Yeah, if I become the CEO and I am like I say Susan was chichichi. What's her name? I mean, I hate that whatever person that is.
Wojcicki?
Susan was Kichi. I don't know the name, man.
Yeah, Susan Wachowski. Yeah,
Yeah, something. Yeah. So with all due respect, I hate that person. It's a person. I know that, not a lady.
Susan Wojak, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. That's called dictatorship. Fascism. If you want to see some Hitler shit, just look into her eyes in some interview. Just look at the eyes. Those are crazy eyes. I am telling you.
Did
It's
you
like
see the
people asking a simple question. I'll mention one point. Someone asks her like, "Why is it all the things are controversial when they are spoken or debated about, but if you rap about them or if you put music on it, everything goes okay?" And she was like, "Advertisers tell us to." Then the reporter was like, "Seriously, all the advertisers tell you that they want this music video as fine, but people can't like talk on this."
Yo, you want to see crazy eyes on a foid? I say that Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, like those eyes are fucking crazy.
Yeah, she looks fucking deranged.
Like she's fucking delusional.
That's
Yeah,
some Adam Family Crazy Eyes, man. Adam Family Crazy Eyes. If anyone remembers the show, Adam's Family.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are. I mean, just imagine running a multi-billion-dollar scam just on back of simping investors.
Yeah, she literally had top tier men simping for her.
I'm pretty sure no one got maybe more than a blowjob thing. I'm pretty sure about that. All the Sims they lost their money and they got nothing.
But those guys were, people that can afford to lose big.
That's what Simp is.
Oh, I just checked her out. Then Elizabeth Holmes. Never heard of her. She was born on my birthday.
What, you
Congratulations.
haven't heard of her, man? She was like the biggest scammer in Silicon Valley.
And
Really?
what she was building? What actually she was building? She was doing some nonsense shit. I mean,
Yeah, so she was trying to build a company where they build machines where you could do a blood test with literally a drop of blood.
Jesus Christ.
And
Yeah.
No, I mean,
like
no, I just saw the picture. You need to put this shit up.
Oh.
oh
Yeah.
but yeah, the whole thing was a scam, as in she would create the Theranos, whatever her product was, where you could, just take one drop of blood and it'll tell you all your health info. I visited the doctor. Every time you get a blood test, it's at least a couple of vials,
Yeah. The funny part is even her internal engineers told her like this is not going to work, and she never fucking. I think she kept firing them over and over again or some shit like that. And basically, at the end of the day, she had a bunch of yes women, I guess, around her to tell her she was right. And then yeah, it's kind of funny how the shit kind of fell apart for her. But
Yeah, it was a $4 billion grift or something like that, or 10 billion.
yep,
do you know about cringe? Cringe level 10,000. You see that turtleneck that Steve Jobs mimicking thing. It again shows that these feminists, which is they just mimic alpha men.
Oh yeah, like she talked weird. She dressed like Steve Jobs. It was all like a facade.
yeah, she would intentionally like lower her voice so it sounded like she was like a man basically. I don't know. Yeah, it's
She
fucking
talk,
weird.
she tried to take deep and like slow and like fuck you.
Yeah, very much like that. Yeah, I don't know, that was some weird. She was a weird girl, weird woman for sure.
Yeah, that's
Odd duck.
it. That's it. I'd still smash.
I would
Everyone have
absolutely.
well,
I'm 29, dog. I got to make choices like this, man. I'm just keeping it real.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm happy with a multi-billion scammer. At least she will must be having multi-million assets in offshore banking. I'm pretty sure she's not that dumb. I
Oh,
leave,
I'm sure
yeah,
she
no doubt.
made out like a bandit. I'm
But
sure
dude,
the
look
FTC.
at her eyes. Look at her eyes. She'll kill you maybe in midnight doing some weird shit with your dick. Maybe that's the thing. So you got your life to care about. So don't go for that pussy. Don't simp around her. You are simping, man. Don't simp.
Yo, and her boyfriend at the time is some old ugly ethnic CEO co-founder too.
Ethnic of where? I mean, that's pretty vague. Ethnic where?
I think he's Pakistani.
How the committee is ethnic in? I mean, that's okay.
So that's another grift in itself. Like, she's definitely a Becky, and how does she get end up with a
She's a
ugly?
Karen Ultramax Pro. She's a Karen Ultramax Pro.
But yeah, that's the
She
story,
carried
Jack.
out multi-billion-dollar scam. She carried the hell out of Sims.
Hey, Jack Nickelback, did you watch the BGS video on He had like a series of like one female YouTuber, black YouTuber. Did you
Yeah, I've
watch
been
the video?
watching.
I talked about them
Yeah,
earlier.
I've been watching those. Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God, they're like so good. They feel like really, really good analysis. And like his last one, I think he did one. Kind of funny how she's basically called the high value man trope as being like a pick me for like a man. And it's like okay,
Bro,
I
I
don't know, like
said it in the first chat he had about that bitch. Oh, she's talking about lookism.
yeah, I talked
He
about
literally
this stuff
stole our fucking
earlier in the
concept and
stream.
shit.
Yeah, I talked about this stuff earlier in the stream, but it's true. Like, yeah, like it's funny how like when it comes to women and when they talk about it, it's like a huge issue. But when it comes to men, it's like okay, well, men are just supposed to deal with it, but women, it's like it's basically what she's saying is that it's unfair that women are judged on their looks and they're not judged by what they can do. And it's like okay, like this is like the core tenet of like of the incel problem per se. Like like okay,
Core tenet.
so, like
Bro,
like
it's the fucking bedrock upon which we stand. It is the fucking it's like the Moses of our lineage of thought and shit. The fucking ugly is bad. Like
he talks about it like pretty privileged and talk about her friend be getting more hits than she would, and I'm like okay, and like when you look at her, like I don't know, it definitely seems like in the black community, even BGS did it. Like they keep calling these women average, and I'm like, she's not average. She's not attractive at all. And to me, I don't know what's with like marking every single woman as being average, but she was not average. Like it seems like it's not even like a simp thing. I don't even. Maybe they're just trying to be soft on them. I have no clue. Maybe it's like internalized simping. Like you just don't know you're doing it. But like it's really weird because like Kevin Samuels does this too. Like he'll bring on women who are like obviously subpar, and he'll say, "Well, you're average at best." I'm like, okay, like
bro,
I know the at best line there, but it's like, but don't even say average, dude. They're not that attractive. Like
it's because we live in a fucking matriarchy. Like men can't even be honest about shit to themselves half the time. Like no, some people are just fucking ugly, and that's okay.
Yeah, because the girl on that, I think you know what she looks like. I think Drog said he wants to watch the video too as well. But like that girl,
she looked like Tarana Burke's daughter and shit. So
yeah, she looked real homely. She looked real homely looking. I put it like that. She got the big old glasses on. She looks like your typical overweight fat black woman. This is the girl here. It's what she looks like, and it's like, oh well, obviously you're not gonna get shit because you have you don't even have the looks to match up with your shitty attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now for everybody watching, just to be clear, she still mogs us all to Afghanistan and back. But as far as compared to other women, she's ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
But she can still. But even then, just keep it real. She has an audience. Women always have a pack of dicks that's after them. They just might not like the pack of dicks they got.
You're right,
Hey
Jack.
Jack,
You're right.
can you put a link in the private chat to this video?
Yeah, I could just put it in the public chat.
Yeah, he had a whole series. He had I think he's done 3 videos on her so far. But yeah, you should definitely watch all 3. It's on his Black Pill Gnostic channel. He has 2 channels now. So he has his main channel he posts less controversial stuff on, and on his secondary channel he does more controversial stuff that might get his channel taken down. So he doesn't really care about that channel as much. But yeah.
Yo, Mystery, pull out that emoji of Grim pulling out emoji of play toy gun.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, no, the below. Yeah. So funny thing. These guys, the emoji woke media, all these engineers, they put in this weird, cute emoji of guns. Earlier, guns were like real guns. Now, what happened? It's someone started making guns like Lego. It was on Fox News recently. So screw these emoji makers. Now it's a real gun.
Oh, is that the one where the Glock 17 was disguised as a toy gun?
Lego.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
make the.
hello. Sorry, I was eating a pizza. Sorry. I'll get some,
Hey, share a slice, man. That's not cool.
No, I gotta get my calories up. So order 2 pieces from Domino's, and I'm stuffed as fuck right now. But, what I was gonna say is the reason why they did that, they changed the gun emoji to the super slow gun instead of the actual Glock for the phones, both the Android and the iPhone, is because of all the mass shootings in America. Because the far left believes, and the far right to a certain degree, they believe they change the images of guns will make Americans less violent, some bullshit like that.
Yo, speaking about fucking emojis, have you seen that new pregnant man
Yeah.
emoji?
Oh,
God.
no.
Oh, God.
Fuck
Yeah.
no.
But
Hell no. I'm going to Mars.
But on a serious note, Mr. School and Drawlux, you talked in Jack Tisson when you said the Zoomers are going to have more ERs in the future. You're actually right about that because I was reading this article the other day how they're going to make they're going to make public schools in America, both in the suburbs and inner city, more fortified.
Yeah, they better.
And I think they know the reason why. Yeah, they know why.
Hey, you know who they're gonna have to hire to guard that school?
Incels.
Fucking incels. You know who they're gonna have to call to get the police down there? Fucking incels, and then they're gonna have an incel cop there to stop the incel shooter who got reported by his incel teacher. Like
anything in history when you've got things that are moving, if you've got any political movement, I don't really like. There was a video done by Coach Blackpill.
Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Fuck him, dude. I hate
Coach
that.
Indigo. Yeah, Coach Indigo Pill. Yeah.
All right. All right. And he said that if you look at any kind of political movement, what they do is they gather up their local incels as they're the first people that you get together.
Yeah, because they're disposable men with no stake.
Yeah.
Jack Kisson, you're actually right because when you look at photos of men who served in World War I, especially the younger guys, they weren't big dudes; they were twigs.
Yeah, look at anything. Why is it what you can? I should imagine it's the same all over the world. If you've got a cause and you've got men dying for a cause, it's going to be guys with nothing to lose. You can imagine if you've got I'm only using an example. If you got some sort of like communist uprising in Eastern Europe during the 1920s, you're probably going to find most of the hardcore communists are going to be incels because they're fighting for they might think over the other side of the street if it's communist, then I might get some pussy, I might get somewhere to live, I might get a good job, but if you're a Chad or you're just a normie, you haven't got to be a Chad, just a normie, a guy that's things are going okay for him. Does he want to change anything? Of course he doesn't. It's like
Jack,
today. The average.
On the flip side, though, look at all these neo-Nazi white nationalist incels who think if they get rid of all the ethnics and make America into a white ethno state, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Becky will stop messing with Chad and get with them. These little 5'5", 120-pound neo-Nazis online.
Well, I can speak to this because I've been around. It's not exactly that. It's more that for them, to them, most of this is because of the actions of the star people and their influence on culture and government. So you remove them and then get rid of all the ethnics and send them back to their home countries. Even though logically that ends in genocide, it's like, yeah, you have all these worthless people. Why not just take the resource? Whatever. Anyway, the thought is once you get rid of that shit, then you can come down with a hard fist and correct the culture and society and the laws, and everything can get back to white normal.
But the thing is, a lot of these guys don't understand, and Medican Black people told me about this. Even in all white countries and all white areas, there's still hypergamy. So if you're a 5'5", 120 pound, frame lit, man lit, chin lit incel who in a multi ethnic country, you get rid of all the ethnics. Now you're going to be incel in an all white country. Like, nothing changed.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, you've got pretty much Eastern Europe is all white, and Italy's pretty much a white country, and most of the white world is white. You're gonna have incels. It doesn't matter what state, what kind of demographics are around you. You're gonna have incels.
Yeah, Jack Tisson. Another thing I wanted to say that even then, like even if they most of these white incel Nazi dudes online, if they're around actual Nazis from back in the day in Germany, they get put in a gas chamber. Like,
100%.
They wouldn't make the cut. Most of those guys wouldn't make the cut. They'd be gassed immediately.
Well, 100%. I mean, if you look at anything to do with that kind of genetics were in that area, in Germany during the 1930s, a lot of the guys would probably might be pushed aside a bit. I mean, you had, but this is the thing, Ronan. If you look at anything, any kind of cause, that it's always going to be a few types of people who join it. It's either going to be autistic people who are
bless you.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, it's either be autistic people who are kind of not really bothered about social trends, or you're going to get mentally ill. Any kind of religion or political cause is filled with mentally ill people, or you're going to get incels. The general population is always going to be, but they don't want to think. The average person doesn't want to think. I mean, they don't want to be disturbed mentally. Anything that's not very nice to think, they won't allow themselves to go there because it creates horrible emotional states. They just the average person. It sounds really misanthropic, and I am becoming a bit misanthropic. He's not really that much different from a termite or a budgie or a pigeon. He just wants to just go be a bit of entertainment, but as long as it doesn't stress him too much. He wants to have a girlfriend and he wants to have a house. And he wants to have a few little cheap thrills. If you've got something like an online neo-Nazi, he's probably an incel, or he's probably mentally ill, or he's probably just a little bit. He wants a bit of excitement in his life, that type of guy.
But the thing is, right? Why do some of these dudes hate non-white, specifically black incels who are in the exact same boat as them? I don't understand that. Where all the hate comes from. I don't get any pussy just like you do. So how am I the enemy?
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
I have a quick point before we deviate from this current topic. So, Jack, two Jacks are there. So, okay. So, Jack mentioned about the communism stuff. I have an interesting story about what's happening in South Africa and its connection with communists in India. So, if you're interested, I'll give you a brief what's happening actually. So, South African uprising, people may have mixed sentiments and all, but basically, it's a communist kind of a thing that is happening. It's basically going on that track. And funny thing is, Indians and the Hindu community that is there in basically the brown people in South Africa, they are being targeted not specifically by the black people over there. They are actually communists who are being guided by the communists in India. So look at this weird communist simping world where
Yeah.
communists from the brown communist are fucking brown people with the help of some other comrades in some other nation. So this is the extent of communism. They will not leave you alone in other nations or territories also. So this crosses race, logic, everything. I mean, if it makes a sense, I can explain if someone is confused about this story point. It's a real thing happening right now. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's South African situation. I mean, this is YouTube might not be the best place to talk about it, but I think there's to keep it a bit succinct and maybe a bit more in line with guidelines. There's a lot of gold underneath. All I'll say is in South Africa, there's a lot of gold under, and there's a lot of natural resources in South Africa. And leave it at that, Saffron. Maybe all that meets the eye might
No,
not.
no, the simple point I'm trying to give different point. There's not a white or black issue. I'm giving a different perspective to it. The thing is, South Africa, there was never a divide between brown and black community as such, because their housings were in same kind of a neighborhood, and all those these were mixed communities.
Oh,
The communists in India who are basically brown majority Hindu race, they are targeting their own people, brown Hindus, in settled in South Africa, their business and everything, with the help of their counterparts in the South African communist lobby. Do you get this point?
yeah,
So
yeah,
violence is not racial, but it is actually ideological communism versus the others.
yeah. I did follow it a few days ago. You had Indians militias over in Durban. Is that right?
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
happening. Yeah.
yeah. It was a bit of a. I think is it died down there now in South Africa?
South Africa is like pretty much in fire right now, and I mean everything can be solved. Thing is, South Africa was getting through everything with a good pace, with all justice and everything. The overtake of communism, what it can do, is example is shown in South Africa. Now they
Yeah,
are not only looting white and brown businesses. Now they're targeting many black businesses, black malls also, who are supporting the government. That's the kind of extent communism makes their own people fight with your own. For example, brown and black people never had a divide in South Africa as such. Maybe few of the example can be there here and there, but they were pretty much very united community on the ground as such. But who created divide between them? And it is like, I'll give you a counter example so you'll understand. For example, imagine Democrats of America targeting white people living in Australia or New Zealand, maybe with the help of Democrats or liberals in Australia. Do you get the point?
oh yes, yes. Oh yes, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So that kind of thing is happening here.
Is it just
Hey,
just a question?
go ahead, Jack.
Sorry, just a question, Saffron, because I haven't been following it. Is this looting and all that still going on in South Africa? I haven't followed it for a couple of days. Is it still going
Conditions
on?
are unfortunate, and I will not really comment on why and what happened. It's a generic statement that I'm making. What is happening there is unfortunate, and thing is, see, everything can be understood. Everything there's justice. Even the brown people have been enslaved by the whites. I mean, we have the same racially charged history. Thing is, what is happening in South Africa? It's a overdose on steroid communism. That's the example that's going on, and
Oh,
people may not like it. That's the track USA is heading.
yeah,
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, general question like, what the hell is happening in, SF or SA, I should say.
Yeah, South Africa, right? So basically, triggered started by arrest of a former leader, and then the supporters started protesting, and that protest somehow overspilled, and all the hidden like, kind of dormant political agendas busted out of a sudden, and this whole thing started.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought it was something different, but I didn't know it was like politically motivated. I mean, South Africa is already fucked from to begin with.
It's too
So,
much of wokeism, seriously. I mean, people after Nelson Mandela, everything was on the good track. People were kind of transitioning. And thing is, if you make it a good vibrant community, even though some communities are very rich right now, you can overtake them in 10 years with proper kind of guidance and schemes. The thing was, it was all communist ideology that snatch and distribute. So it can be justified on the basis of history, but for the future it is kind of playing with grim reaper, you know.
Well, so here's the thing, like after apartheid and Mandela, I think it was actually it was doing well. But then, when the nationalist African Party took power, it's like they're expelling the whites. And so,
That's fine, but that has spilled over to the brown people also. But if you go deep into that, we cannot say that browns are being targeted by blacks, but because that will be unfair on a face value and on the ground itself. It's not black people hate brown Hindus there. It's simply like communists have taken over, and when you are communist, you don't remain any race or any ethnic identity. You become communist. So this
so
thing,
hold on, wait, Saffron. I'm trying to distinguish between, so the National Black Party is trying to, you know, also establish, like, say, a pure black ethno state, and then this is why they're trying
yeah.
to,
Yeah,
expel brown.
that's the thing. That's and that. So what happens? Communists need a identity agenda in every country. In India, they will have different sets of agenda. In Africa, different sets of agenda. In USA, different sets of identity they will use. So right now, they were playing this card of ethnic identity in South Africa. That they were playing, and playing too much with fire, what it can cause,
Hmm.
and trying to like see violently hundreds of years of something you can't do or undo or justify or give justice in like decades or few years, right? For that you need guillotines and bring out the guillotines and start chopping the heads. That's the only thing that you can do. And if you
Yeah,
do
what,
this, you will
what I would argue, most people, maybe even Jack, could enlighten us with the being a British guy, but like I would actually argue, the white masters bring in, economic progress, stability, and prosperity to those colonies that they touch. And so look at what happened.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that proposition.
I mean, that's.
No, no, I'm talking just from a historical perspective.
Not
Whether
really.
you
I
agree with
give
it or
a
not is
All
counterpoint.
right,
irrelevant.
if we talk about bringing in technology,
No, no,
Yeah,
I have a point. Let me give. I have a counterpoint. Africa has always been great nation with great literature and all these things. It's unfortunate that the history has been altered in. So what is happening here is the new form of imperialism is communism, and people who are
hold on, Saffron, before you go, just let
yeah
me finish, because
yeah
I'm
yeah
not trying to debate here. All I'm
yeah.
saying is that, like, what they fail to recognize is where the white masters go and the indigenous population, they do benefit by, the stability and the advanced tech and economy that comes with, the white culture in a sense. And now
And
that they
that's I
gained
mean
their
I
independence.
don't agree with that proposition, and I have reasons for that.
Yeah, yeah.
I
We're
mean, look,
not trying to
like,
debate. Hold on. We're not trying to debate
sorry.
here. What I'm trying to say is the problem is that they don't recognize that shit. And now that it's like regression. You're trying to go back to a pure ethno state and ignore what had happened. And then this is where the problem is starting to happen.
No, so the simple thing is indigenization of any new thing. So, for example, it's very funny thing that I mentioned about is thousands of years of research of turmeric and milk, A2 milk. It is a very complex formulation, but just because Indians drink it and they never patented it, West uses it. So, this kind of a technology flow, if we have to boast, for example, another thing in India, the printing press, people said it was introduced in the West and all. But in India, people were printing lot of patterns on clothes and everything. So it's very futile to think that white masters brought this printing press technology in India. So ethnically, because our history is very recent and it was not very altered by white people, we were able to protect our ancient history. We know a few facts like this. So thing is, overall, you have two dimensions here. What happened was unfortunate, but you cannot ruin what happened, what you have existing right now, and try to build on top of it. Smart thing for people to get reparation and to develop on top of it would be to help the community to come up with their own big new tech agencies and companies and stuff like that. That's where people are failing. They think that only kind of a seizing the property of the so-called white masters that will solve the problem. That's not the thing that will solve it. And I'm sorry, someone in comment they wanted to know it, that communism, it's not true communism, it's imperialism. Please, whoever is communist here, I agree, in the West you might feel that communism is answer to a lot of things, but me being a Hindu and a brown person, already I've mentioned many times, many instances, for me communists are as good as imperialists, as good as devils in walking red face, right? So I cannot praise communism in any aspect. So I'm sorry, that has been fatal for my community. If you talk about the racial part, they have killed multiple Hindus, multiple brown people over the ages. So I cannot agree that communism is some kind of a rosy thing. So you can talk this liberal ideology with some kind of a self-conscious white person that communism is good, but I am sorry, I say communism is horrible bullshit. Communism is like soul sucking ideology. It only ruins society, it ruins family, it ruins you, it makes you a victim, it creates a panic situation in your mind. That's what communism is, and people suffer, sims suffer, and on top of that only five lesser sim people survive, five or four leaders on the top. That's the real history of communism has been. And in India, even now, we have horrible kind of a instance where 30,000 people were butchered on an island by communists. So these kind of instances are real and they have happened. It's not imaginary or figment of reality. So if you say fascist and communist, for us, it's no different. Simple as that. Communists are fascists for us. And you cannot take that. You can't tell a Jew that, no, no, Hitler was very good. No, no, see, fascism was this. You can't tell a Jew that. They have their own experience. So, similarly, you beat anything, communism will always be a deadly ideology for my people, because they have worked tooth and nail with all the powers, be it Islamic, imperial, or whatsoever, to destroy the culture. Because their ideology will only survive once you destroy a culture, be it how ancient your culture was, however perfect was. These are people with low IQ who think that just because their Karl Marx or someone said something, it's okay. Karl Marx was the biggest fucking racist person of all the time. He said that Hindus are wild people who must be trained by the church. He was an Orthodox Christian also in a certain perspective. So you can't tell a brown Hindu that no, 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 please accept communism. It's very a good thing. South Africa is suffering not because of communism. China is suffering not because of Cuba is not suffering because of communism. You cannot propagate all this propaganda on face of a victim who's first-hand victim of communism. So screw communism. I end my speech. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, my God, how did we get on this topic? How did we get over here? To I guess we got to South Africa somehow, and now we're here. All right
No, I
then.
just wanted to put one last point. Aside from the white master thing, it's like ultimately, I think it's ironic wherever you go, they're all just pushing to become, a more pure ethno state. But ultimately, I think you have to recognize the history, move forward from it, and then, like you said, Saffron, they have to, what do you call it, self-actualize and determine their own future.
I mean, it is very. I'll tell you what has happened. USA.
Yeah, and I'm just saying
No,
it's really
I'll tell
sad
you.
that
I'll tell you.
even
USA.
in Africa, hold on. I'm just saying it's sad that even in South Africa where they experienced apartheid, it's ironic that now they're, doing the same with brown people.
Yeah, that's fine. But thing is, brown Hindus are not like targeting all the black people, right? They know the reality. They're trying to make peace. They're trying to solve and protect. I mean, they're firing at black people, but they're not like pointing that all black people, all African race people are this. So that's a very delicate position there. The only thing is, white thing people, I'll tell you, USA is a white Christian state. This should be clear to each and every person. So if you tell about ethno state, it's all on paper. Say, okay, you have fancy, lenient, good constitution. I respect everything, and I'm okay with okay, good. Everything is here. Okay, USA is good. Thing is, you have to realize at the bottom of it, USA is still a white Christian nation, right? Similarly is Australia, similarly is all the nation, and people around the world, they know this factor. It's only in the bubble this bubble IT sectors or bubble upper middle class kind of a town population in USA or any other country, that people develop this kind of a non ground based reality. We may think that this kind of is a future 2.0, where people should forget their ethnic identity and everything, but this will never happen. There is a meaning to being American. You have your history and legacy. You cannot alter it all of a sudden just by adding few words to it. So this is the reality. Every nation has their own ethnicity and own legacy, be it recently made by force or it is ancient. That's a different thing. But you have a current existing right now of every nation. So that we must consider. In terms of micro, we must not forget the macro. Even the sixth generation Chinese or Indian is a Chinese and an Indian right now in in USA. So that you cannot take. These are things which are very discussable, debatable. But thing is, you cannot counter cancel all the contributions and big kind of intermingling of lot of things. For example, all the big boom in technology in USA can be correlated with the conquer or the coming of many German scientists in the USA.
Operation Paperclip, I think.
Yeah. So just because
Yep.
USA happens to be the land where a lot of great things are happening, that does not negate the contribution of the world population, because it's a very fragmented population of the whole world. And what priorities USA thinks is great for a ideal human life may not be the ideal things for everyone around the world. So that's the reality of it. The happiness index, all these things, these are all very relative things, and it's a very complex thing. So white master syndrome, this is a basic example of Stockholm syndrome. There's no white master as such. It's a very weird kind of thing. I'm different kind of a counter racial kind of a debater on this point, because I kind of hate with the history what happened and everything. I know the reality of the ethnic
Yeah,
genocide.
I'm not saying, you know,
But I'm a
guilty
realist. Listen,
of
listen.
white people.
But I'm a realist who believes that you can do better things rather than destruction. Just know the past. It is absolutely crucial to know the real history and past, because if you void history, what happens? It's all economical. I don't deviate from economical point. Why I narrate history? Because it's all linked with your money right now in your pocket. If people don't narrate true history, what happens in a society? It moves to a civil war. It happens in every society. Whoever tries to suppress the history, look at throughout the history, the society that tries to alter the history, no matter how brutal or whatever it is, that is just walking towards a civil war path.
Yeah, yeah. I want to make something clear. I'm not white worshiping here or Stockholm syndrome.
No, no,
Like
I got your,
the
I
master
got your
phrase is
reference.
just
Yeah.
a way to describe what's happening or what had happened.
Basically, what has happened in South Africa can be termed as all those racism and everything that happened. Currently, what is happening is communism. That's the only thing that I want to say. Whatever happened was maybe imperialism, racism, everything. But what is happening to South Africa right now, that is called communism.
Yeah, sounds good. I thought it was just political unrest happening from some other BS, but I didn't realize it was from what do you call it, the political leader being taken down and all that stuff.
And you see, there's a different link. A communist in India are helping communists in South Africa. Please understand this link. And
Yeah.
communists in India are not even in power that much. Understand this fearing point.
I'm just curious, like for the can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can't see my icon moving at all. Give me a sec. Let me adjust my mic real quick. Hold on. Because like I see my friend Daniel down there. He's like going crazy about the communist stuff down here. But I always question like, are we talking about the problem I always have arguing with communists or even socialists to some extent is that what ends up happening is that we run to the theory whenever like so when we actually have quote unquote communist states, they'll always say that's not real communism, and they always run to the theory of saying, well, it's a classless, blah 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 blah. But like inherently, though, having a classless society isn't even possible. Like you're inherently going to have hierarchy in nature. So like even the whole concept of communism doesn't even seem possible to begin with. But just to like roll back though, like so if your entire concept isn't possible in theory, but in practice when it's actually implemented, when some of the policies you advocate for are actually implemented, why isn't it okay to call those policies communism? Like because like you can't just run and say it would be like America saying, well, these aren't capitalist policies because capitalism doesn't really exist in America. Really, not true laissez-faire capitalism. It never really has. It's just it's a state run kind of not state run per se, but it's like state regulated capitalism. I mean, we haven't really had laissez-faire capitalist policies ever. It's always been sort of government oversight over the economy to keep things running. It's like why is there always this like run to theory when you have to be confronted with the actual real effects of communism?
Ferengi versus the Borg.
This always happens. It happens without fail every time. Like me as a capitalist, I'll never say America's not capitalist. No, we are. Now, the reality of any system is that there is no perfect system, and any system that you think of in your head is always going to have to deal with the reality of human nature. And what we found out with capitalism is that, hey, if you let people do whatever they want in a capitalist system in a laissez-faire way, it just doesn't fucking work. So you have to regulate it. Same thing would happen in communism. It's never like only idiots believe in like absolute capitalism or absolute communism can even exist to begin with. So like I'm not going to insult the person and say like they actually believe real communism can even exist. But like why is it when the actual policies actually when somebody calls themselves communism and it actually arises and a country says, wait, we're communist now and we're doing communist policy, well, then you can't just say it doesn't exist. Like that's not real communism because it wasn't actually done to the letter of what it said. Like, okay, well, then you can say the exact same thing for capitalists too, and it still works.
Hey, I just wanted to add, Drolix, you're a great buddy, man. I like your lot of point. I just wanted to. It's nothing against you or something.
Yeah, I mean the chat's pretty fucking low IQ. They think I like white people. Like, dude, I've experienced
No. I
racism
just
the entire time
let me be clear.
I've lived in America. It's like I've been a second class citizen, all along.
no.
Like when you say white master, it's just like a phrase. Like
He was just using a phrase.
Hold on, Saffron. Let me speak. You got tough for a while now. Let me speak for a second here on the whole white thing that Draw was talking about earlier. I think what Draw is simply acknowledging is the reality of the fact of the matter is that when you go to these African countries, okay, the most developed they've ever been is when the white man showed up and gave them much technology, gave them much resources, plants the food, does the farming, and all of a sudden, when you run those people out of the country, those countries go straight to fucking shit. That's the reality of the situation.
Exactly. See, mystery gets it.
That's the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is that African countries just cannot appear to run themselves in an efficient way. And a lot of them end up with corruption at the top and shitty ass policies for the rest of the population. Really, I don't even know how to fix the continent because like there's so many different tribal groups. It's very much similar to and truth be told, having imperialism didn't really do them any favor per se because like when they made those countries, quote unquote, they didn't make them with the tribes in mind. So like there's various tribes within each country that don't even agree on that those countries even exist. It's very similar to the way Iraq kind of exists or Afghanistan. Those aren't really countries. They're more like regions because like there is no real Iraq. Like Iraq is a country, but it's not like the people in the country don't view it as a country though. It's like we're different tribes. We're different people. We don't have the same views.
You know what's fucked up though? I stand by my theory that Africa never really getting it together and even being oppressed and held back actually saved it. Because on one hand, they don't all it's really hodgepodge about who has technology, who doesn't, blah, blah, blah. Like, on one hand, they never became the West, so they never became great. But on the other hand, they never became the West, so they were never on the decline. It's like, yeah, they've been held at like a stage 1 as far as population. Now they're just entering stage 2. But everywhere else, like, let's say Asia, they really adopted the Western customs of the Western technology and all that. But they also had the unforeseen social effects, so now they're on their way out faster than the actual white people are. It's
I have a small point before Jack can come in. So Africa actually right now also Africa is facing quasi imperialism, a lot of in earlier European powers are still controlling lot of assets in Africa, and they kind of still exploit raw material in billions. So it's
Shit. Oh,
yeah, that's a reality. You just France is extracting in billions. I don't remember the figure, but it was 50 or 500 billion to be. I don't remember the zero. So that's the reality of it. And second thing is the world politics has not become zero. The imperialism has not become zero all of a sudden. The words have changed. The paper has changed. The treaties have changed. The things are continuing. And one other thing is people should realize that Africa is not actually that void of culture and literature. Many used to think that Africa never had literature or written history. Actually, it is not true. Now, many people are finding and they are discovering that hidden written books of thousands of years of old, then big kings and kingdoms, all those things. So when a civilization maybe loses lot of their glory, gets into dust. So thing is, all these things should be taken out, and people should be given pride, because pride gives people to power to rebuild to their own existence rather than fighting with something else. So that kind of social engineering is something that will really motivate people. And if you go to Africa right now, many nations are actually developing at a faster pace than Asia also, and many regions are actually very good for business opportunity. I mean, more than Middle East, you would like to do business with Africa right now, and a lot of Indian people are also working with great in African nations. So things are not so grim, but realities are also there. So it's a kind of a real world scenario. The world is messy, and so is the condition in Africa, I feel.
Africa basically is like I keep on saying this. Africa has no choice but to become great. And the weird and the ironic thing is, it's going to be all these old nations that kept on trying to oppress it and take the resources that actually going to bring all the resources back to it. Because it's the last place on Earth that has the main fucking resource everybody needs.
Yeah,
Fucking children.
it's got the cheap labor. It's got everything really. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the most
it's where
resource. I
China
think
used
it's
to be.
one of the most resource intensive places on the planet right now. I mean, it has everything you need to like run a civilization right in the middle of the place. You just got to fucking make it work.
Yeah, and
But
now all these high technology places can't even make people anymore. So Africa is literally the last market on Earth. Even places like South America or Eastern Europe, they're entering that stability phase, and they're going to enter the decadence crash phase soon. So they're not going to be worth shit.
Mm,
Africa's the last place.
the problem with South America is that it's the drug manufacturer of the world, and that corrupts everything right there. Like
Yo,
Africa
USA legalized it. USA
resources.
just legalized. Did you heard it? The Rolex, the press conference by the White House. They announced that they're legalizing maybe weed and cannabis throughout the US.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that. That's pretty news. But I
You
know
might,
like it's still
yeah,
federally illegal to have, marijuana, but in Colorado it's fine.
it's a recent development. You should see what's the.
But it only makes sense. Like Colorado got more money than they know what to do once they, legalize pot. It's like
Yeah,
the government needs money. It only makes sense that they'll make it legal.
Yeah, yeah. You
yeah.
know, the
Mentioning the someone mentioned
Yeah,
about South America. So I'll just give 10-second point. South America had natural forest towns which used to host 10 million population approximately. So different forms of townships are also possible. Not only this, there used to be a whole kind of a forest dwelling civilization also.
yeah.
yeah, but yeah, it's just sad with South America. Like Brazil's a shithole with all the crime and gangs and drugs. Pretty much every Latin American country is suffering the same fate. And then I would say, yeah, like Jack Nickelback, Africa is becoming the China of today, what China used to be.
Yeah.
yeah, the reason why China's doing so much investment there, they have to. It's like shit. We're becoming a middle class economy now too. So we have to like find where's our China going to be at? Who's going to be our China?
Yeah,
What's going to be our
China's gonna be the land of fucking bourgeois incels and stuck up feminists soon. It's basically gonna be America. What the fuck do you do then? Except die.
It already is, man. I guess Rolex maybe he's aware about that part of the Asia more. But China is pretty much, I guess, it's on the way. They are curbing feminism like anything.
You can't. China can't curb feminism because they have the social structures that make it. Like if you have women working and independent from the men, and they don't really, basically, if you have where people don't need the other gender, no matter which one it is, then they're not gonna use the other gender, especially for women. Like men are just utilities.
Well, the true communism in China, maybe they will find a solution to it. Let's see.
Yeah. So what I would argue is that China might be the only country that could, quote unquote, enact actual change. Like America's fucked, right? Like we can't jail these SJWs, and like I mean we put them in jail and then they get released the next day. Like the police is so fucking cucked. They can't even arrest shoplifters. In China, they'll put you to the gulags. They can. They literally can. They can enforce. So if they were like, okay, we're just gonna round up all the SJWs and gas them or put them in gulags, they literally could. So I think possibly they might get to a point where it becomes so dire that they have to. Like right now, all they're doing is, with their info censoring and they're literally banning SJWs and feminism off their internets. But I mean, what's that really gonna do?
They ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. All they're getting rid of is the loud people.
Yeah, and
What really fucks them over is the incentive structure. That's what fucks it over. You have women that are, they're doing the same things the West. They're getting married, whatever, later and later. And then the men, you have them basically unattached to society. And then you have people who are overworked and overcompeting, which is why they're laying flat, which is the most base shit in the world. But
yeah,
what are you gonna do to somebody who's literally doing nothing?
and then this is the other part that's not talked about, not just the social structure and the feminist bullshit, but China is already collapsing. It's been collapsing. Their economy is garbage. They're not necessarily part of the world trade economy, so their economy is more internal. And where do you put your money if you can't like necessarily trade outside? It's like it goes all to real estate, and the real estate is just rising to the point where the average person can't even participate. So that's just one aspect of it. They talk about poverty eradication, like the rich are super rich, the poor are still super poor. Like it's a fallacy, it's a joke. And then the actual economic infrastructure, or not economic, the actual infrastructure is gone to shit, and they actually will have a super water crisis soon. Like the water in China is like undrinkable almost. It's a gamble. So you have this declining population, crumbling infrastructure, uh, a bubble ready to burst, economy. It's literally going to happen soon. Like it's
Yeah,
already
but
like
how much do you think? How much?
China right
How
now.
much do you think they can counter by the real estate bubble that they are creating? How much do you think the other sectors pressure they can ease by ghost cities and all? How much do you think that can balance it?
Yeah, and isn't part of
I
that because you need to have property in order to have a wife, basically, as far as cultural standards. So it's basically a form of bride price, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm asking
and
about
if we're
different.
talking a timeline, I mean, I think the collapse of China will happen in 25 years. In fact, probably less than 15, in my
It's
opinion.
it's already in motion. Like remember when I said MGTOW was basically the end of the West? Well, the end of China was basically when lay flat first became a meme. As
And
soon
Yeah.
as that was here, it's already over. It's a wrap.
So
why we are
here's the thing, right? They have a three-child policy now. I'm just joking. Soon they're gonna ban condoms, so then they're gonna have you force babies. Like they're literally just gonna probably take off condoms off the market, any type of contraceptives, just make it unavailable to you. So there's a running joke in China right now, buy up all the condoms. And then what was the other one? Uh, I totally forgot my other thought, but maybe it'll come back.
just to be clear, Rolex, you are not part of CCP, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You have to ask.
Because CCP is very clever in placing people at just the right place.
Yeah, no, I'm not part of the Wu Mao army.
All right, if we start talking about Tiananmen Square and you start muting yourself, I'm just saying. Plus,
I mean,
as far as China, like things we've been discussing here, like people like me and a few others were thinking they probably go farther than that.
actually,
Like after a certain point, they would.
Oh, this came back. So the telltale sign would be banning of condoms and contraception, and then the three-child policy will be lifted completely. Just have any kid, unlimited kids. So I think that's like the real, what do you call it, lightning in the forest to start off the mass
just
burning.
imagine. I'll tell you about communists. These communists in India, they convince the nationalist parties that having one-child policy is a great idea.
Oh, so that was them. I
No,
thought.
no. China, it happened, but in India, they're
Yeah,
trying to do it now.
yeah. I'm talking about the Indian version.
Yeah, they're trying to do it now. Earlier, they tried and convinced the power that two-child policy is great idea. And this is when communists have never been full power in India. Still, they are able to propagate their ideologies so easily. Imagine if India becomes 100% communist, what will happen?
Well, for China, the way they operate, and a few others probably figured that they go jump to step to forced insemination. As far as
Why?
India,
37 of percent people in USA want US to be divided in 5 parts.
30. Hold on, nah, I've been in the U.S. all my life. I know damn well there are not enough people here who know geography enough to actually answer that question.
Actually, the question asked was, do you want to secede and build your own state like Texas and like New Jersey, maybe, or stuff like that? The people, 37 of people said, yeah, we want a separate nation from the states. It
Yeah,
was covered in big YouTubers, Tim Pool and stuff, people like that, they're covering this. So it's a funny thing that one place China is on the face because historically many people claim that China was actually they have conquered 9 different nations actually, the current China. So it's interesting. Let's see whether China dissolves or peacefully disintegrates first, or US, or what happens in the world. This all big circus.
all right. From one brother on YouTube I know, is basically Jason Black. He said that China's plan was to basically wrap things up in the East where they are, basically take care of home, take care of Japan, Korea, all that, get all that straight under their authority, and then expand from there. The obvious question is, will they disintegrate before that point?
I think Taiwan will take over the capitalist. Taiwan will take over the power in China very soon.
I would have to ask, what's the Taiwanese birth rate?
I
Very
don't know.
low.
It's
Very
just
low.
a satirical point. I mean, they basically, I guess, people in Taiwan are just the remnants of the capitalistic government that was chased away by the communists way back.
Yeah, whether it's free market or status, like as far as the functional East Asian cultures, like even China, Singapore, Japan, whatever, they all have fucking low birth rates. So is there, I'm like, what what does a successful economic model even look like, or is that even possible?
I believe depends on, see, anyways, if you, for example, if this generation in a country makes a lot of money, they build 6 7 houses, it is but natural that the next generation will face a dip in economy because substantially their life is not impacted. They have a big house, they can make money for their food and all. So on the papers that country might be declining, but the population will be chilled out and enjoying their time, right? So this is the realistic element that people don't calculate in all this economic model and all those things.
Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't talking for a while, but you're absolutely right, though. What we were talking about earlier. Fuck.
About what? It's kind of like
No,
vague
sorry.
statement at this point.
I had the gym
We were
max
so-
again. Sorry, I had the gym max. I just got back. Fuck.
You have this on speakerphone?
Yeah, but there was nobody there.
Oh, I thought I was black pilling the masses and shit. Goddamn.
Nah, there's like nobody inside the gym, dude. There's nobody there. Like, yeah, dude, my fucking arms are killing me, dude.
I
There was
thought
one person there. It was a Floyd on the Walker thingy, but she didn't care.
Okay.
Yeah,
It would be
but
funny, like Saint Hamoudi blackpilling the masses on the train.
yeah.
Dude, nowadays the biggest black pill is a woman.
Oh yeah, they are. They're walking black pills. So, yeah, I actually looked at her iPad when she was watching. She was watching this thing about how you can get a high value man, or how to get a high value man. Some bullshit like that.
Hold on. What race was she?
She was. I think she was either a light skinned black woman or Latina.
God damn.
I enjoyed 3 races this last 3 weeks. You know, it was fun.
Yeah. Oh, another topic about geography and politics. They actually want to make DC a state. So, mystery school. What do you think about that?
It's a dumb idea, and if that's like you can't do it anyway, let's change the Constitution, I believe. So, good luck with that.
Yeah, they want to make DC a state, which I don't think that's gonna work.
DC, I don't think they'll make a state. I mean, they just want Democrat power to increase. That will never work.
Oh, you mean demo cunts? Sorry, I swore YouTube.
Yeah. So with this Susan was what's her name is?
Susan Wojcik.
Yeah, whatever the CEO. I mean, look at the fanatic aspect of these people. I mean, mainstream media can report and put any video of anything, and they're like, okay, MSNBC. But a small person, a small YouTuber, if they say, no, we are police of the internet, we'll fuck your ass with this word counter police ticket. Yes, your channel is banned. I mean, literally, screw this. If they were doing this thing in public office, if this was not an internet company, people will be burning their offices like anything. These people are bloody tyrants of any time.
All right, to be fair, this is all Logan Paul's fault because I remember that shit. All he had
speaking
to
of
do
Logan
was stay
Paul,
his ass out the forest, and we could all have freedom and shit. He got it.
speaking of Logan Paul or Jake Paul, one of them guys got Lana Rhodes pregnant, and now Lana Rhodes is having a boy, the porn star. So there's that.
Yeah, welcome to the future.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I feel bad for Lana Rhodes' kid because he's gonna get bullied in school.
No, he's not, because everybody else's mother is going to be on OnlyFans, so at least his mom will be famous.
I mean, you have to give it to these Paul brothers. They are not as simping as this other guy. This what Mr. Beast guy.
But hear me out, Jack Nickelback. Hear me out though. Like, suppose that kid, right, Googles his mom's name, right, and goes on Google Images. Hey, mom, why are you and those 10 black guys wrestling on a bed?
That's not me, dear. That's someone else. See, my name is not that. My name is Mr. Watermelon now. See.
I would not be surprised at all if things got so fucking pathetic that sons end up beating their meat to their fucking mothers OnlyFans from like 2 decades ago and shit. It might get that deep.
Fuck.
Like, imagine if the inceldom just reached that point. Like,
Oh, I'm masturbating to my mom's boobs. Oh wow! Just imagine the future. It's simpy.
Yeah, dude, simping is getting out of control. I feel like if I became president, I'll declare war on simping. In the war on drugs, the war on simping.
well,
So
shit, dude. If you declared war on Simpson, who the hell would be left to vote for you?
Just hire me as your prime minister, dude. I'll help you.
Yeah, I'll put Jack Nickelback in my cabinet, and I'll have Saffron Bell be part of the Department of Defense.
No,
So
make me the minister of propaganda. I want to be the minister of propaganda.
If you simp, you go into jail.
Yep.
And I can tell everybody I did not have sex with that woman, and everybody will believe me, which would make me pissed off.
Just imagine that some guy buys an OnlyFans account, and like Jolux is monitoring the guy's internet activity, and there's like a SWAT team outside the guy's house, and Jolux is like, okay, ready, go, Alpha team, strike now, on the ground now, on the ground move.
Yeah, well, if I'm a cop, I'm wait till they wash their hands first.
I think that will happen in China soon. That kind of anti-simping squad. I mean, they banned feminists on the road, so I don't know. Dropleaks can like talk on this.
So you heard the recent one, right? I think it was Twitter. Like you have to register with your actual ID in order to create an account. So they're trying to eliminate anonymous people. Like you actually have to have a, ID and traceable person in the back. And in China, it's like your national ID, everything is needed in order to get on the internet. So like every post that you make, they know who said what at any given time. So that's the future that they're trying to impose. And then like Joe Biden and the White House admitted influencing Facebook to silence people, and they're trying to push laws to ban, or push telecom companies to censor texts. It's like,
What?
and I'm talking private messages, like people's own personal communications, not like public forum. It's like we're moving to a complete
So
cuck.
Facebook already did this long back. 3 years back, there was a explosive writer. He was a Hindu writer. He was so explosive that Facebook actually banned his messages from being shared in internal messages. So from that time, I knew that Facebook reads and does control your internal messages, because breach of trust is just 1 point failure, right? If you are monitoring and if you're deleting one kind of a message, one website link from internal communication of people by saying you cannot share this as it is banned, that means you're reading the internal chats of the people. That was clear 3 years back.
Yeah. Facebook is reading every message you have. Like, I mean, even just think about it. I work in tech, right? Like, your profile is like say, a object. You're connected with these people. The conversations that you have, everything that you type is probably stored in some server under your profile. It's like they can go back and have your entire history.
I mean,
Uh,
basically, we are just a row in their fancy Excel. You can say people, if they don't understand the database and no SQL, all those things, you're basically a entry in a row in their big Excel.
exactly. And then, yeah, even maybe last stream we talked about this, like facial recognition. It's like you have to opt out of it whenever you upload pictures. Like, they know who you are based off of the pictures that you upload. People just put their own selfies and everything. They're just willingly giving, their data to Facebook essentially.
I mean, yeah, but that's the price of modern socialization. You don't think of that like that. The consequences of that don't really come up in regular life. Like, oh, Facebook's taking my data. That like nothing really happens on the observable level, so no one cares.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 99% of the time, it's
Actually,
not gonna
it's a
matter.
serious threat. It's just that the victims are so distributed and so fragmented in fraction that it seems like a very minute thing. It's simply like people like crashing and dying off the streets in traffic. You might say it's a very small fraction, but people actually do suffer. And this cyber
Yeah.
thing, it's a real thing right now. You know what is happening in India? I will tell you what happens. So there's some kind of a ground politics that I would not discuss. But what is happening, certain people, what they do is they start with the serial number in the Excel sheet. They print multiple numbers of that same Excel sheet. They add people in WhatsApp group and Signal group and all those, wherever group is available. What happens in that, if someone has not saved their privacy as private in profile and everything, they get the images and details of girls. Now they start targeting underage girls there by this kind of a backdoor hack, just because people are not aware of the privacy settings. So this is
Yo,
actually a life
sorry.
thing, man.
What I was
People are
gonna say back, sorry, back to the whole social media thing, the internet and Facebook and all that. What I was gonna say was I noticed, like, I was thinking the other day about these dating apps and how the men who made these dating apps would fail on them badly. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine the post of this Facebook owner. What is this guy's name?
You feel me what I'm saying, Jack Nickelback? How the guys who made Tinder or Bumble or Plenty of Fish would struggle on those apps, those men today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That has been the
as
way of
Mark
nerds forever.
Yeah, because
As
how
Hey,
hypergamy
is
Saffron, were you thinking of Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah, I was saying that Mark Zuckerberg is cringy on his own app. Similarly, the guys will fail on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I wonder if anyone already did Tinder experiment with Zuckerberg's picture. I guess he's too famous that
Yeah, he
Facebook
definitely get mad.
recognized
Hey
him.
everyone,
So famous,
Sandman
yeah, it
here.
wouldn't even
Suck the
matter.
Duck is blocking my video again. You can watch my video at my Patreon links. Let's begin.
All right, guys. I have
Zagda-
5% left on my phone, so I have to cook the stream out pretty soon. So we're gonna start doing
Get
some
a
last
computer, my guy. Get a computer. Jesus Christ.
Mystery School, you need a battery. Black Ronald, you need a whole nother fucking phone.
I'm not
I
at
I need
a life.
social skills. Like,
I need a life.
I'm not at my fucking house right now, so that's why I'm using a phone.
you better get one of them portable batteries,
Yeah, I have a computer I normally own, but I'm not there right now. So, all right, guys, we have the last word. All right, Black. Let's do our Black Ronin. Listen, last word.
See ya. Gotta go. Bye.
All right, bye. See ya. All right, Dralik, last words.
Stay based, buddy boyos.
All right, see you next time, buddy. Saffron Pilled, last words.
Why the hell are there no likes? I mean, 34 of you are watching. Is it too much to ask for likes and increase this channel to 1,000 so we can open up chats and super chats and we can expand our teams over here? Just like this thing and share and subscribe. Bye.
There you go, buddy. See you next time. Jack Nickelback, last words.
Oh shit. Yeah, if you want to make some money, just invest in Africa. I have no idea how, but everywhere else is pretty much going to shit.
Invest in the long-term run of Africa. I agree with that one for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Jack. See you next time, buddy.
All right.
All right, buddy boy. I'll see you guys next time. I'm literally down to like nothing now for my phone, so I might do this tomorrow. I might not. It depends on what's going on. So, see you guys on the flip side.